Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of Neyyah. So I'm not sure where to begin. I suppose I should start by pointing out that I've been having difficulty keeping track of the game world and the events in the game world. It's just something that I've had to come to accept, that I'm really not following it very well. I mean, there are bits of it that I'm following alright. I have a rough idea about the, main storyline, but this game really seems to assume you have a detailed knowledge about how the machinery of the world works. Like, literally the machinery, which I just don't have, and so I'm really struggling to understand where I'm supposed to be. One of the viewers last week said that it reaches a point where you're just expected to push a button in a particular location, then go to a completely different place and press a different button, and that's what it feels like. This has had a consequence. For the first time, I've actually been using a guide quite heavily to help me make progress. Like, I don't think I've ever done that on stream before. I've occasionally used guides to look up specific hints, but now I'm using it to tell me where I need to be next. I am still trying to solve all the puzzles myself. So the guide obviously tells you how you do everything. What I'm doing is I'm like checking, okay, what's the next location? I will go there, and then I try to figure out what needs to get done, and then only read more if I actually need it. So that's what we've been doing. In terms of the story itself, what we understand to be the case is that there was a civilization that lived here. They'd come across some fairly magical natural resources. I think that's probably fair to say. And they'd set up a life that worked rather well for them. Then it sounds like, if I've understood correctly, a different group of people came down from space. Now, these people weren't truly... They weren't... It doesn't sound like they intended to be there, is what I'm getting at. Sorry, just turning my mic down a bit. I notice I'm peaking. It doesn't sound like they intended to be there. It sounds more like they crash landed or something. And they weren't some, like, super... well, I know this isn't Earth, but, you know, like some super extraterrestrial species or anything. They sound like they were pretty ordinary people that just accidentally got stuck here. Long story short, it sounds like initially they got on very well with the local population, and the local population helped them out. Not clear whether they helped the local population out or not. It does sound like they were a bit more advanced, though, technologically, and had more of a scientific bent to their view of the world, whereas the native population's understanding was more ritualistic in nature and spiritual. But it sounds like the leader of the crashed aliens, Smolax, I believe is his name, wasn't a very nice person, and he was purely out to exploit the indigenous population, if I've understood correctly. And this is so ingrained in him that when they stood up for themselves, he interpreted that as an attack on himself and his people. Like, he's just incapable of comprehending that anything other than the interests of himself and his people could possibly be a good thing, if that makes sense. So, like, you know, it sounds like it reached a point where they were being ruthlessly exploited, the indigenous population, I mean, but that the Smolax felt that he was doing them good in some way. Not quite sure how that works. But that's like what I think's going on. And we've reached a point now where it sounds like not all of his people agreed with this, though. And that at least one of them had set up a plan to assassinate him. There's not really a nice way to put it. And we were transported here from a long way away. More on that in a moment. But we initially had nothing to do with any of this. We seem to be from yet a third species of people that have no stake in this whatsoever. Anywho, so the indigenous population, I believe they got chased off this land and are now living in exile elsewhere. Sounds like they sent one of their own in to try and separately they wanted him to assassinate Small Axe, and it sounds like he suffered from amnesia when he arrived, probably as part of the process by which he arrived, but he ended up accidentally finding himself in the company of the scientist that was already trying to assassinate Small Axe. And so, well, hey, that's helpful. You know, we have, once he realised that his goals were aligned-ish, that's something that I would say the game does well. They kind of made it clear that these two people are working together, but they're not exactly on the same side. They clearly have different agendas. But this whole process was slowed by the fact that, as I say, the member of the indigenous population that was teleported here had lost his memory initially. So it took him a while to remember things. Anyway, he's dead. He died in an accident. We were teleported here just randomly. Apparently the indigenous population had some legend about some, I've forgotten what they called us, but we're some sort of chosen one that was supposed to save them, and separately we got teleported in by the scientist that wanted Small Axe assassinated. What was his name actually? Because the scientist's name, because I can actually just look this up. It's gonna be. It's not gonna be journals, journal tools, character interactions. Vermeer, that was the one. That's the scientist that wants Small Axe assassinated, as I understand it. We're not sure who Aurorian is, but she seems to be treated as some sort of goddess by the local population, or at least worshipped, and she seems to have the ability to project herself into spaces where she isn't currently there. What she actually looks like, we don't actually know, we just know what her projection looks like. Whether that's actually her or not, unknown. Mason was the member of the indigenous population that got teleported in, suffered from amnesia, then died in an accident. So those are the main characters, and we're just basically trapped here until we figure out what we're going to do. The only other salient piece of information that I know of is that apparently Mason's original plan, I think, was to assassinate Small Axe, but then open some portal that would let the indigenous population flow back in, basically reclaim their land. Whether that's a good idea or not, I don't know. Frankly, they might live in harmony with the remaining extraterrestrials, or they might. Oh yeah, all the different species, races, whatever you will, they all look like humans. Just to be clear, they're sort of like Star Trek aliens. I don't know, even in Star Trek, the original series, often they had more creative appearances. But you know what I mean? Oh, they have a tattoo under one of their eyes. They're a completely different species. Not that I'm trying to put the game down or anything. It's fine, honestly. It's a perfectly legitimate route to take. I'm just pointing that out because that might be confusing. I'm talking about all these different species, and yet when you actually encounter them, they all look the same. Not the same. You know what I mean? They look like humans. They look like bog standard humans. They don't look extraterrestrial. Anywho, so I think that's us all caught up. And that took slightly longer than I was expecting. So I guess we should get into it. So yes, I have the guide up. I just need to know where we need to be next. And maybe the slightest nudge as to where within that area I need to be. In case it's a larger area. Right, back to the dome zone. Drain the water tank. Okay. So is this Neyyah Pools? Go to the... No, so we're going... Right, this is why I was checking. So you go back to Neyyah Pools, but then you immediately go through the red portal. Which will take us to... I've got this written down in my notes somewhere. Where will it take us? It will take us to... Falitsu Islands. Okay. I'm wondering how much help I should seek on this. Because I keep going down and down. Okay. Okay, so we're not even stopping at Falitsu Island, I think. We're continuing to this place, whose name I've forgotten if I ever knew it. Right, and then these things can open. I've tried to open these things before and they haven't let me. So, you know, that's what I mean by the game feels... It feels like the game expects you to know how all the machinery of the world works. And, you know, you just don't. And how it's like, oh, go to this location, press these buttons, go to this location, press these buttons. This is a great example of what I'm talking about. Like, I have been there before, I have pressed those buttons, they have done nothing. And there is nothing that we just did, I mean, I know it was last stream, but I'm pretty sure there's nothing we just did at the last location, the Scarliti Towers, that would have suggested to me that going back to those specific buttons would do anything. Like, okay, sure, I could have written in my notes earlier on, there are buttons at this location and they don't seem to do anything. Yeah, I could have done that, but that still wouldn't have told me that I needed to go back there specifically now, if you see what I mean. Like, it would have been just a huge guessing game as to which location that I hadn't fully completed before do I need to go back to. Hang on. I apologise. I didn't... I travelled back here, but I forgot to move the... change the scene back. Well, all you missed was me going through a couple of portals. Obviously, I would have recorded that and streamed it if I hadn't made that mistake, but if you've been watching this stream up till now, you've seen me do that many times. You follow the particular path I just did, I mean. So that wasn't greatly valuable footage that was lost. But that's also what I meant when I was saying about how it's difficult to know how far into the guide I should read, because I don't want to read into the guide so far that it then spoils how to solve one of the puzzles. But on the other hand, if I had just read up to, oh, go through the red portal, I would not have realised they wanted me to keep travelling and go to this other island. Still, we have a direction now. It's like being on a roller coaster, isn't it? Do you reckon they made that particular cinematic quite early in development and they were quite proud of it? I don't know. I'm just curious. It's like, I don't know. It seems to me... It's not that I don't like the cinematic. It is like a very lovely cinematic, but it is quite long. Longer than I think it should be. when the player is likely to be travelling to and from this location semi-regularly. I can skip it, of course. I don't know. I can't help but think it would have been a little better if they'd chosen a shorter animation. Right, so does this thing work now? Okay. We need an item, apparently. Which I probably have somewhere. What have I got? A mask, a processed spore, a full spore, a spare key. It's got to be the spare key, doesn't it? It's not taking it. Alright, what else do I have? Purple crystal, red crystal, filled canister, salt. Okay, I can't do this. I may actually have to go back to the guide and figure out why I can't do it. Alright, fair enough. Back to the guide then. Take the dome key. Right, where would I have got the dome key? Yeah, they don't mention grabbing the dome key anywhere. So this is something that I missed goodness knows how much earlier in the game. Dome key. Tell me more. Chapter 4. Did I miss a dome key this early in the game? Yes. Yes, I did. I know exactly where that is. Fair enough. We'll go there then. It's not actually too far from here, as it happens. And pleasantly enough, it's further on than where we currently are, meaning I haven't wasted the journey so far. I'd have had to have gone this way anyway. I mean, this extra bit I'm doing now I wouldn't have had to have done, but like, it would have been annoying if I'd had to have backtracked and then gone back to where we just were. But that isn't the case. Right. Do I remember the way there? Is it down here? It's been some time since I've gone to the office. I think this is right. Now what? Oh, there's a little button there. Oh, I've done it again. I'm so sorry. There we go. I'm recording again. Well, I was recording before, but like I'm recording the game. Right, so that's what I missed. Hang on. I would have examined this before. I've no doubt. And it didn't seem to do anything. Can I interact with it in any way? No. No, I can't. Okay. So, what's the situation here? Click on the button. I didn't see a button. Oh, that. Oh my goodness. Yep, I completely missed that. We now have the dome key. Well, that's progress. Not the most impressive or enjoyable progress to have just been led here by a guide, but progress nevertheless. Let's keep going. Up we go. Through we go. Right, is this the way out? Nope. I mean, it's a way out, but it's not the one we need. Is this the way out? Yes. Okie dokie. So we can go back to the dome zone. We're here. Let's see if we can figure out what we need to do here. Rightio. There's the dome key. Okay. I'm just thinking, press it an odd number of times. I don't know if pressing it repeatedly does anything, but I may as well press it an odd number of times, because at least if it's something that toggles, at least then it should be in the other state. Okay. Don't know what that did, if anything. Oh, hello. I don't think that worked previously. I could be wrong. I don't think we've been up here before. I might just be misremembering. I will examine that in more detail in just a second. I want to go out the other side here and check the thingamabobs here. Open these ones up as well. I don't know if there's any point to doing so, but I'd like to do it just to be thorough. Okay, again, just another crystal. I mean, by the looks of it, the other one just has a crystal in. Isn't that interesting? That 3 of the 4 have crystals in and can't be interacted with, but one of them doesn't just have a crystal missing, it has an actual button you can press there. Okay. Let us have a look around here. I'm trying to figure out if we have been here before. I don't think we have. Yeah, I don't recognise this at all. Falitsu Pod. Route tests. Phase 12. Pocky Light scale reading. And then nothing. Data transfer to Bannock's computer system successful. Pod solutions in use. Tashi Banial 45%, Seawater 50%, Jukan Boral 5%. Last system update 14th of the 5th 4274 via Bannock Systems, Zaleria, South Oluj. Okay. I think this is identifying one of the islands. But off of the top of my head, I don't remember which one, nor do I know if I wrote that down. No, I don't think I did. Obviously, the Falitzu Islands would make the most sense. I'm a little put off by the fact that there's plenty to like look at here, but we can't seem to do anything with it. Alright. Is that definitely everything? No, we can go round. Is this is a different one, see? It's a different symbol. Falitzu Pod, route test, phase 12. Data transfer per Banox computer system successful. Pod solutions in use. From Petanol 60%, seawater 20%, Selendai 20%. Last system update, dum-de-dum-de-dum. I wonder if last system update means that's today. Okay. What have we got here then? Yet another place. Another place indicated. These are just their numbers, isn't it? Well, my conclusion then would be that I'm not actually supposed to be doing anything here other than recording things. This is the first one again, isn't it? Alright, let me check where I wrote down their numeral system. I can try to determine what each of these numbers are. I think we've got all of their lower numbers, so I should be able to just know. Assuming it is recorded. Well, I know it's recorded because I remember doing it. Okay. That's 3. That's their number 3. So let's start with their number 1, shall we? That is 4. That's 4. That's 1. This is number 1. Okay. Right, I'll start making notes. 1. I'll write it in both their system and the Arabic numeral system. So, we have from Petanol 60%, seawater 20%, and Selendai 20%. And what colour is that? I think that's red. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, should I call that 0 or 1? We'll call that 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we'll call that 12. Red 12. Don't know what that symbol is. I mean, it looks like an animal skull or something. I don't know that it is, but that's what it looks like. That's 3. That's 4. Where's 2? Is there no 2? It looks like there's no 2. I mean, I don't know what to make of that, but all I can say is it doesn't seem to be there. Wait, hang on, is that it? Maybe I just wasn't navigating properly about the room. That is it. Okay. Good. It's there then. So we have frontal 18%. We have seawater 25%. And we have Celendai 57%. Does that add up? That does add up to 100%. Is that needle pointing straight up? I think it is. So is that going to be 6? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. So blue 6. Noted. Okay. Let's keep going. This is number 3. What do we have? So Tashi Banial 45%. We have seawater 50%. And Dukemboral 5%, and then we have the reading is green. What is it? The Pecky Light, and it's a 2 on the scale. 0, 1, 2. Not that I know what that means. I don't, not whatsoever. But that's what it's saying. Right, is this the last one? This is the last one. So this is number 4. Also red. Clothinol. At 50%. Seawater at 15. Ah, this must be for growing the Neyyah. Is that what they call it? The things they use for... No, Paita. Paita, that's the one I'm looking for. Must be for growing the Paita. Pacalithiol. %. red. And what's the reading on? I think that's 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I think that's 8. Okay. Well, once again, I've reached a point where I seem to have achieved everything that's been put immediately before me, and I don't know what to do next. So, back to the guide, I guess. Like, what's the next step? Or at least, where am I supposed to be next? So I press that, go in, then I press that, takes me up there. This isn't the correct pot, it's just shoot what you're looking for here. Press the J button, open the Flitsu Islands map. Find the map of the Flitsu Island dome, you'll see a symbol on it. The symbol refers to emptying a water tank. Okay. Find the device with the symbol, this symbol at the bottom. Zoom in on the symbol. Click on the symbol and a flap will open. Oh my goodness. That's annoying, because I literally did try that a few times and it wouldn't do anything. And I get what they mean, it has to be the correct symbol, but why does it have to be the correct symbol? If you see what I mean. If there's multiple water tanks and they could all be emptied, why does it have to be the correct one to function? Like, why can I click on some of them and they do nothing? How does the machinery here know what I'm looking for? Nothing. I think I skipped one accidentally. I could be wrong. Nope, none of these seem to be doing anything. Nope. I don't know what to tell you. They're not doing anything. Alright. So that's 3, isn't it? They want me to find the one with 3 on it. Wait, hang on. Was that 3 or was that... I think that's 2. That's 2. And it happens to be the one that's right here. And it's definitely not doing anything. Have I missed something? Was I supposed to click on it with an item, for example? Click on the symbol and the flap will open. You'll see a lever, and in the flap you'll see a paper. That doesn't seem to be working. Frustratingly enough. That really doesn't seem to be working. Nor can I... Oh, was that the one that... No, that one's got a blue reading. Alright. Let's go back to the journal then. Oh. We need salt for that. I never noticed that before. Drain the tank. Okay. Is that why it wouldn't do anything? Yes. Okay. So far, so good. The fixes I've made on this draining system haven't caused any complications at the tank with the water gone. The portal still seems to work. Mason, if you're reading this, don't forget to unlock the tank door. Lever can be found on the platform above the door. So are they saying they were making fixes to the draining system? The water is gone, so have they already drained it? And there's some sort of portal in there. Could this be the secret port we were told about? Lever can be found on the platform above the door. I mean, that sounds like the lever that we're about to pull. But the problem with that theory is the paper was put into the same space as the lever itself, which seems redundant. If they'd got that far, they wouldn't then need to be told where the lever is. Ah, this must be something different then. I'm going to go ahead and say I think that was bad game design. I think it was bad game design that the game pretended that something couldn't be interacted with. And when I say pretended, what I mean is it was behaving exactly as if that object could not be interacted with, as if it was nothing, until you read a particular note and then suddenly it becomes interactable. Because that is bound to cause confusion for players, I think. I don't think that was good game design. I think it would have been better if they had done what, you know, this game has done in other cases and lots of other games have done, where it's always interactable, and if you're worried about people interacting with it too early, then make it a combination lock or something like that. But make sure players are never in any doubt that this is something that can be interacted with. Or put a lock on it, and they have to find the key. Okay. Well, we've done something. We'll have to go down there and see if anything's changed. But I'm going to save quickly so we don't lose that progress. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Save. Wonderful. Down we go. I wonder if you would do that. Would you instinctively look up as you go down? I suppose you might. I know we've just drained a tank of some sort. Right, so that's where we arrived. The tank, you say... So if I was looking from the direction where we arrived, the tank would be on our left. Okay. What do I do with that information? And you claim on the right there's an elevator, but the elevator I saw was in the center. Right, was this the way we came? Yes. Okay, so if I turn now, the tank should be on our left. Should be right here. Look down. I mean, I don't know about you, but I can't make anything out. we're told the way to open the door. Was that there was some sort of something we could interact with above it. There was some sort of lever on the platform above, I think they said. Hang on. I can't look down here. It's not giving me the prompt. But here it is. And there's something there, I just can't make out what it is. But the fact that I can look down on one side and not the other, and that's the side where I expected to find something, all that suggests I've understood correctly thus far. Okay. Alright. They said on the platform above. Did they mean up here somewhere? I don't know that's the case. It is difficult to keep track of where we are. I think this would have to be where the lever is. I mean, possibly we'd have to look at it from a different angle, but I think that would be directly above. Oh my goodness, this is hard to keep track of. If I've done this correctly... Nope. I'm off course. I'm finding it hard to keep track of where we are as much as anything else. I'm trying to get in front of the elevator door. There we go. So that's the thing that I think might have the lever. So is it here? Maybe it would be just easier to do a close-up on all of them rather than trying to figure out where we need to be, just because navigating is so difficult. I can look up. Nothing yet. They might mean up all the way up there, maybe? Are these the tanks? Tanks that I drained, were they growing crystals here? If so, how do I know which one's the one that's been drained? Just by looking at it. Alright, I might have a peek back into the guide then. Right. Zoom out and in on the top device, click on the round lid to open it, zoom in on the image to the sleeping zone. Oh, are we done here? We're done here, okay. Fair enough. Where's the sleeping zone? Okay. Alright, I can certainly head in that direction and we can see what we find. This is again another great example of what I mean about how you like press a button and then it's like the game seems to assume you have an intimate knowledge of the machinery of this world, which you just don't. And you often complete one part of it and then you don't know what's expected of you afterwards. Like, I just drained that tank, which I mean, I thought we heard it draining. I thought it must have been in the same building as we were. And yet, apparently we're done there. Apparently the next thing to do is go back to this other area. Oh, hey Alexi, lovely to see you. Hang on. I forgot to start Firebot. I am a fool. Sorry about that. Let me start it up. How are you, Alexu? There we go. Firebot started. Greetings, Sir Robert. I'm sorry to break the illusion, but I have not been knighted. I belong to no chivalric order, I'm afraid. Look, there's something there that we need the salt to see. Open the rock. I mean, that's one of the plant species. Which one is that? Let me check. Was it this one for the plant species? Yes. Wallet flower. Wallet flower can be seen dotted around various terrain, including on beaches close to shorelines. The wallet flower has been used in the creation of invisible ink, which can be made visible using salt. I'm okay, how are you? I'm surviving. Thank you for asking. There is a beginning to everything. You could be the first knight of Twitch. Well, so far as I'm aware, there's no such thing. Also, I'm not sure how much of a honour it would be to be so, to be singled out as such by the Twitch Corporation. I must admit, I've forgotten what their actual name is. They're probably Twitch Incorporated or something. Haven't checked. I should know because I have a contract with them. But it was quite a long time ago that I signed that. Okay. Right. So that's where we just came out. We're over here now, but it says there should be a cart and there definitely isn't. Oh, no. We're here now. Yes, okay, we came out of here, came round here, and we came down there. So it would be to our right. The right... There's a rock over here that needs to be opened. Right, okay. That one, probably. How we would do that is a different matter. Could be one of these other fine rocks. How do you open a rock? Apparently the reason behind 86 is the prohibition. Sorry? 86 generally signifies to discard, to deny a surface, also indicate something is out of stock. It may refer to the year 1986. The exact origin of 86 is debated. Common theories suggest it arose from Prohibition-era barcodes or restaurant practices. I was not aware of any of that. I didn't even know there was such a... I had no idea 86 had such connotations. I mean, I got nothing. There doesn't appear to be anything I can even interact with. In any way. So, I hate to say it, this may be another back to the guide type situations. Because none of these rocks seem to want to be interacted with. Yes, we've been in there. Oh, the right stone. So it wasn't one of the big ones, it was one of the little ones. That's what I was missing. Okay, fair enough. Here. Because of the flower? The walnut flower? Oh my goodness. And now the rock opens. Okay. I find it hard to believe they could get that to seal again so closely that you couldn't even tell there was a seam. Still, this is progress. We should be rather happy with this. Just the fact that it was pointing out the flowers were there was more significant than I realised. I thought they were just like, this is how you tell it's the right place. But no, they were actually telling me, check by the flowers. You didn't hear the expression to 86 someone? Nope. Don't think I've ever heard that before. Can't look at these very closely. They look like interesting pictures with inscriptions in the native language. They're acting like they want me to interact with them using something. I don't still have the knife, do I? No. I don't know what I could do. I don't know how I could interact with a piece of wood, you know? Oh, I can look more closely at them. Interesting. Presumably that's the rail? Is that art of the indigenous population? Evening, Mags. Evening, Alex. Also, evening, Clanker Frosty. Hello, Tato. How are you today? Ah, is this the tank we emptied? And is that the secret portal? It could be. Whee! Greetings, Tato. Been a day, just trying to sit back right now. Oh, I understand. And I'm sorry to hear that. I hope things pick up soon. Oh, I know where we are. Or I'm pretty sure I know where we are. Isn't this on the beach that we were looking down on before? Yeah, I remember being up there and turning that little spigot, if that's what the term is. Yeah, we've seen this before. Why we want to be here, I don't know. Once again, the game logic eludes me. Is that your cat in the profile picture? No. Hmm. Still very cute. I've done something. Okay. Very interesting. What do we make of that then? I mean, I can go through there to wherever that is. But being as I don't know where that's taking us, maybe I shouldn't hop in there immediately. Maybe I should examine the rest of the area. I'm particularly thinking I don't know if I can go back. Why did someone leave a rock on the door, the foot of the door like that? The doorstep. Oh, it's a Aurora? Arena? Aura something? What was her name? Journey tools. Aurorian. Orion, sorry. Orion. Does she always reveal herself so clearly when she's like watching people? Is that something she can't control? Something tells me I'm supposed to understand what this is telling me. I mean, I can see it's the different colours of Hayita. Just remembered something about UK and Mountain Dew. I've heard the Americans have this drink called Mountain Dew. I don't think I've ever seen it. The unpickable log! Oh, bless my cotton socks. How are you? Love me some Mountain Dew. Is that initial recipe modified for UK laws? I don't remember ever seeing Mountain Dew. I'm not saying it isn't sold over here, I'm just saying I don't. I don't think I've ever seen it. Major Blast is pretty famous Mountain Dew flavour. Again, not familiar. Doing well. Got an early day off work, and yeah, Major Blast is pretty popular thanks to Taco Bell. How many Go games did you manage to find the lockpicks? You mean in Skyrim? I managed to find one lockpick. And I ended up save scumming my way through that lock. which I wasn't thrilled about. I don't usually save scum, but I mean, I reasoned that it's not like I couldn't get a hold of more lockpicks. It's that it would have been a time thing. It would have meant leaving that location again, going somewhere else, and buying some more, then coming back, which, you know, might take half an hour, or what have you. Versus just save scumming a bit, and so for the sake of the stream, I thought that was the better solution. Subsequent to that, I did find somebody who could sell more lockpicks than that, but that was after I had completed that particular quest. Or at least, I forgot, I don't think I've handed in that quest yet. I've completed, like, the main bit of it. I've done the dungeon. So they can't be crafted. It didn't look like it. No, I went to the blacksmith. I looked at the blacksmith tools, and it let me craft a lock, but not a lockpick, which was kind of the opposite of what I wanted. I don't know. I don't know the game well enough to say for absolutely certain that there's not some way you can craft a lockpick, but I couldn't see it. I was in, what's it called? Brain's not working. First major town you reach. The place that Lady Ashvale is a thane of. Whiterun, thank you. Yeah, I was in Whiterun and I was looking at the various tools there. The various blacksmith tools, and I couldn't see a way to do it. Before I leave here, I just want to verify there's not something I should have done and haven't done. Yeah, we figured all that out. Go through the port and you'll be in the Velatron Temple. Oh, goodness me. But isn't that where Smolax is supposed to be? Or has he left there already? Well, this is a momentous moment. I'm going to save again. Wonderful. Well, we don't appear to immediately be in danger, which is a good thing. Was this the book that was taken? No.
It's been a long day spent overseeing ammunition storage at Lariti. The two young soldiers who were stationed there today, Malik and Tala, give me such hope and joy, demonstrating how proficient and organized our guard here on the Blue Philidian can be. Training these young men and women in the use of the Tuluk, making sure they can mount them on the window rails on the top floor of any gun tower, and making sure the plasma discs are all in good working order in the early hours of every morning. Gives me hope that we can stand firm and hold a strong defense against Sharus's forces. My thoughts glazed over the days when spears were used as a means to defend our land, before they became a decoration to buildings such as the main chambers of Penovia Point. I realize how things have changed as I handled all the boxes of saloon cheek bullets today. These weapons accomplished the work of a dozen spearmen, taking out large numbers of incoming Allopolites on ground level.
So suddenly the books being read out aloud. We've got voiceover. I don't know why. I don't know if this is supposed to actually be happening in game. Like, as our character picked up this book and it is literally a talking book, some sort of marvel of technology. I say that, I mean, we can do that today. It's an audio book, but still. Or is this book for some reason extra special, so the devs decided to give this and this one book only voiceover? I don't know. Unpickable log. Do you know the game Skyrim?
And in the air, towers like Lariti stand tall and strong, not only due to the brilliant engineering minds that have put everything together, but also because of the heart and soul of the people who maintain them and defend them, acting when the time strikes to do what is needed to protect our land. Soon after ticking off my morning errands at the harbor, I proceeded to accompany Belilka to the Paida factory. I am so proud of this beautiful young woman. I recall the days when she would aid her father tame Maleva cats in the Wadelk district of Fazalta, her clothes almost in tatters, her face blackened by dirt and scratch marks always finding their way across her arms and legs. Now, she's adorned in the cherry reds, crimson oranges, and the deepest blacks of the Payaltish clan robes. As we crossed the bridge from the beacon, built just below Lariti, approaching the stairs leading up to the doors of the Paida factory, I stopped Belilka in her tracks, looked her in the eyes, and placed my old, rugged, battle-beaten hands upon her shoulders. "Is this what you want?" I asked her. "Is this really what you want?" "For the Pelska," she replied, strands of her black hair lashing out into the wind, her eyes squinting in the afternoon sun that set ablaze the ocean world around us. "I do this for our people, Hyan. For our Philidian. For Vazalta."
Oh, you're
I
Hyan.
paused in my response, but at this moment, I felt my hand squeeze her shoulders, as though in some strange attempt to try and savor what was left of the young girl I'd seen growing up in the Wadelk district. Untouched by the strange and unknown forces she was now dealing with, beholden to the magic beyond any of our comprehension, or at least mine anyway. In some way, this new line of work put her in more danger than being face to face with any Malavicat. Her training on Quan had gone by quickly. She had done very well. I smiled at her and nodded, and we continued up to the Paida factory, putting faith in Belilka that she knew what she was.
That's an interesting way to draw your cues. They've just crossed it. Oh, Magnifico, have you crafted anything yet in Skyrim? Off the top of my head, I don't think I have. I've cooked things. I've cooked some vegetable soup, but not crafted. When Pora's curiosity unleashed a torrent of misery upon the world, one crucial element was thankfully left behind in the box. What was it? You're right, Tato. It was hope. That is quite right, Tato. Hope was indeed the element left behind. I trust your evening here will offer a moment of calm after what sounded like a rather trying day. I have to say, I never understood that part of the legend. Because doesn't that mean that there is no hope in the world because it's still trapped in the box? So crafting is a method to gain experience. True, I assume your blacksmithing would go up, and then you could level using that.
Steam rose from the tall metal vents built on top of the factory. The viafil gas was being prepared for the upcoming creation. The doors opened and the smell of the stale gas hit me. It was almost as harsh as the smell of Velopolite blood. This was my second time accompanying Belilka to the factory. She appointed me as her protector to Quinonovic himself. Quan had offered much in the ways of the relaxing walks and forest hikes on the day I had decided to escort her to the Valari Citadel. But when I received this news at a gathering later that day, all the smells of the Bulba trees I had passed, and the sounds of the Talarok birds nesting comfortably on rocky outcrops I had ventured out to, overlooking the Parlari Sea, were torn out of me by the swipe of Dread's blade, rushing into my heart, turning my blood cold. I helped Belilka into the capsule of the tank, as I held the viafil gas mask for her, while she made herself as comfortable in the capsule as possible.
So what's she doing to herself?
I pondered over memories beginning to surface in my brain, of going up against Velopolite demons, nearly twice my height, eyes as blue as sapphires, and serpent tongues sharp enough to take my head clean off. Yet, danger grew thorns through my heart faster here than anywhere else I had been stationed before. As a soldier, a warrior, and protector of the blue Philidian, my hand shook under the sweaty grip of the mask. And once Belilka nodded to me that she was ready, I almost struggled to lift the mask up to her face. It was as though invisible chains fused the mask down to the grated metal flooring below me. "It's okay," Belilka muttered. Her voice was soft yet confident. Those two words powerful enough to dampen out the surrounding hiss of active gas pipes enshrouding the tank and the nearby chatter of the other Peyote's clan members. She smiled, and I smiled back. I brushed away loose strands of her black hair away from her face, and helped place the mask over her head. I made sure the gas...
So, I mean, is she going to be transformed into something? Is he so upset because she's not going to be her anymore? Or is she just doing something dangerous? I mean, we know you need to wear the gas mask carefully before going into areas with the gas, or you get gassed.
She was securely tightened to the mask, and the nearby connection to the tank itself. Ready to go. The creation needed to begin. I heard the shift of gears and grind of metal as the elevator below on the watery ground floor of the Paita factory began to rise, carrying the freshly harvested Paita into the mysterious heart of the tank. I stepped back, hearing a loud chunking metal sound resonate through the building. The Paitas were securely loaded.
Constanza!
Slowly, I closed the door of the capsule.
It's so lovely
drowning
to see
Beluga's
you.
fused state in shadow, her hands clasped tightly to the handles either side of her. Activation points releasing the required biofuel gas into her mask. The right amount of madness to enter her body, to start performing even more madness. The door was closed. All 4 doors were closed, holding the Peyote's clan members inside, while myself and 3 other warriors stood guard outside each capsule.
So what was that? I want to see that again. Slowly close the door of the capsule, drowning Balika's fused state in shadow. Her hands clasped tightly to the handles either side of her activation points, releasing the required biofuel gas into her mask, the right amount of madness to enter her body to start performing even more madness. It does sound like something is happening to her. Yes, sorry. Constanza's here, aka Jazz, aka Manipulate Everything. She's ever so lovely. Please do consider giving her a follow. How are you? How have you been? If you don't mind my asking. Pleasure to see you as always.
All we could do is wait, while the rumble of the Paita factory's numerous pipes rattled above us, to the sides of us, and the smell, a gas leak. Working in the Paita factory offered me an insight into a world I could barely comprehend. I was a fighter, a protector, not a magician or a being from another world. Kononovic knew what he was doing. We all trusted this man, this being. The Pelskas trusted him. But what intentions did he have for us? For Beluga? Was this right? The activity that was taking place before me? Soon enough after the creation had been performed, the Paitas were taken away from the factory. Not by Beluga, or Halast, or Galatrim, or Latroke. A young girl and older woman had come for the collection, taking them away to a nearby boat which had docked at the far side of the factory, close to the railcar tunnel entrance. These will be transported to Quan for further distribution under the guidance of Kononovic and the Pelskas.
So for that, since we've had quite a few people just arrive, I should probably explain. We're playing a puzzle game right now called Neyyah. It's a mist-like. We're essentially piecing the story together as we go. We're quite near the end of the game. I expect we'll probably finish it today, and then we will perhaps do some more Skyrim. I don't know. How are you, Beamer?
Beluga was the last Peyotish clan member to leave the factory. On her first performance of the creation, she had needed a while to rest outside of her capsule, and I'd managed to retrieve some water from Olsgard, a fellow soldier, protector of Latroke, to help cool her down and hydrate her. Today, she had managed to remove the mask herself and stepped out of the capsule, fairly wide-eyed and awake. I did help her get to the boat docked at the harbor, where the other Peyotish clan members were also waiting. Master Dharmatai had arranged a meeting with the clan at Panovia Point. From what Belilka did tell me, it was in regards to new systems being installed at the factory. Maybe I was right about leaking biofuel gas after all. After waving her off, I desperately needed something to calm my nerves. Again, having fought so many Alopolites in my time, Nothing wrecked my mind more than knowing Beluka was being subjected to such strange, mysterious powers. A drink was needed.
So, Elopolites are mutated people that then become these serpent creatures, controlled by someone or other whose name I've forgotten, and they've been attacking the settlement. So basically their own people have been transformed into monsters that will then fight them. And so I guess what you're saying is, whatever that process is, I don't understand it, nor do I understand what's going on with this gas. I don't know if it's safe. It's also notable that she seems to have left the capsule, and she appears to be fine, if a little disoriented. I'll work for the next few hours. Tired. How are you today? I'm surviving, thank you for asking. Are you in the office? Are you driving today? I'm guessing you're probably in the office. I read the what's happening section, and is this one not jiving with you? Hold on. I'll be honest, I copied in the text from last time. Let me double check what I actually wrote. Yep, that's still pretty accurate. It's been a general problem. I found that I'm just like not following enough of what's going on. I think I'm following like the plot mostly. We're still discovering it along the way, but like a lot of like what's actually going on in the world, I don't get. So what keeps on happening over and over again is like I'll solve a bunch of puzzles and then I'll be lost. I'll be like, okay, I've done that, what now? Like I have no concept of how what I have just completed affects the rest of the world. So I'll be honest, I've been using this guide to help me. I've been trying to not have it spoil the solution to puzzles for me, but I have been using it a lot to just tell me, okay, where do I need to be? What area am I supposed to be in next? Office Monday. The company I work for is getting on my nerves lately. Oh, Beamer. I'm sorry to hear that. Are there potential solutions? Are there other options available to you, or is this unavoidable, if you don't mind my asking?
At the entrance to the Kayenti Hall, I was greeted by a good friend of mine, Tarek, who worked regular guard duty at the recently built factory guard tower on Golorfiak Mines. Before I could enter the hall, he stopped me and brought me aside. He was very troubled. Last night, earth tremors had been picked up from the levitation crane at Skaliti Towers, and he had felt them himself, all the way on Golorfiak Mines. He told me there was something coming, something which will disturb everything here on the Blue Philidian. I was quick to reassure Tarek that the gun towers are regularly checked, manned, and ready for any attack that befalls our shores. Having performed an ammunition storage check earlier that day at Lariti, I also reminded Tarek of the new defenses being developed at Golorfiak Mines. Floating machines, faster than any boat, and the Galanti podiums being upgraded to send and receive faster Galahanti messages. We entered the Kayenti building, both slightly lighter in spirit, ready.
Seems like the game is vague, but there's a lot of substance at the same time. Yes, I think in terms of like, the impression I get is that in terms of the narrative, it's really well thought through. I still don't have all the information to make that determination fully, but I get the sense that they had thought of a fairly complex story and have done a fairly good job of like implementing it in the world and like showing, not telling, etc. Well, in this case there is all telling, but still, you know what I mean? I hope you know what I mean. Like in terms of reflecting the story in what the player finds in the world and so on. But the problem is, I think the actual gameplay. I think the game is just seems to rely on this assumption that you understand how all their machinery is tied together and how it all works in a way that I just don't. I'm completely lost a lot of the time. Like, as I say, like it feels like you go to one place, push a button, then you have to go to another place completely different, push another button, then go to a third place completely different, you know, with a lot of walking in between. These aren't nearby places, they aren't all in the same locale, and then press another button, and it's like, okay, if I already had intimate knowledge of their machinery and how it works, I would then know why pressing one button in one place is changing something over in another place. But as it is, I don't think they're signposting it enough. I don't know about work. I do the office part and the conductor part, and the old full-time conductor was let go, and I really want that position. But my office manager is basically holding me hostage for 2 days a week because he says it will take too long to replace me, and they want to hire a new conductor instead. Oh, Beamer. That's rough. I mean, it's not... I have no experience in this area, but based on what you've said, it sounds like if you want that conductor job, you're basically going to have to play hardball and say, well, look, I don't want to do this and I'm prepared to leave. Can't promise that would go well if you did do that, but I feel like I feel like manager types like that will just look for any weakness and exploit it. And if you're not willing to, you know, if you've people that aren't willing to play hardball with them just get taken advantage of, is the impression that I get. But I mean, I could be wrong. I hope you don't mind my saying. So I'm missing out on about $1,000 a month, and money is tight, man. Yeah. I'm sorry, that's really rough. I mean, at the end of the day, they say it'll take too long to replace you. But, you know, so what? In the sense that, you know, it's not going to bring the company down, is it? They're going to have to find a new full-time conductor anyway, so it just means they're trying to replace a different position. And if you're qualified to do it, why shouldn't you? I don't know, it just strikes me as not a very good or well thought out reason. It sounds more like a keep them in their place type reason. Could be wrong. And again, I hope I'm not overstepping. If I am overstepping, let me know.
To rest and enjoy the company of all the hard-working men and women at the Blue Philidian. The building is shaking. I believe Tarek has already fled. What is going on? I managed to find Tarek, helping to fuel the lavandishing furnace of Lariti. He was badly wounded. And before I could... Poor Tarek. He was right. They have come. 6 Alopolites slain. Bigger than usual. I managed to catch a glimpse of Charus, adorned in his Alopolite mask. A defamation and insult to the Paioltish clan. To our world. The harbor is lost. If only the shield had been finished. We were too late.
Charus, that was the name of the person that controlled the Alopolite. And again, the Alopolite are mutated people. Like, I think he's taking members of the Paioltish clan and then mutating them and bringing them under his control.
I must get to the Velatron machine. Beluga, travel well, my dear. I shall stay here at the Velatron temple until the darkness completely takes me. The rumbling outside continues to shake the outer walls. A company of soldiers remain outside, but I don't know for how long they can keep Charus back. He will try anything to get to the Velatron. It must remain protected. I will do all I can. Kunonovic, it has been a pleasure.
Blimey. Well, that was very interesting, wasn't it? But he died, didn't he, in defending the temple? So how could he have written that journal? Maybe that he was writing that as he was defending the place? If that, well, like, maybe he was like locked in here as the enemy were outside and he writ it in that interval. Is this place flooded? Could be, could be. Anyway, sorry to hear what you're having to put up with, Beamer. And I hope you're well, Constanza. Okay, that wants something. I don't know what item it wants. Business has ramped up a lot, and basically my office manager doesn't want to work weekends until a new office guy is trying to take over the weekend, which he says will take half a year of training, so instead hire a new conductor with prior rail experience and hope he works out. I don't know. Why would it take half a year to train someone up? Do you think that's a realistic estimate? Like, I can understand that whenever you start a new office job, there's going to be... Oh, that worked. There's going to be an onboarding process. It's going to take them time to learn the processes of that particular company. But doesn't half a year sound a bit extreme? Overstepping it all. It is not. This office job is the easiest job I've ever done. Well, if that's true, then are they not just... I mean, I hate to say it, but are they not deceiving you here? Or perhaps a better word would be handling you? Again, it just strikes me that they've decided what they want and they don't care what's good for you. Oh, Velotron activation. I don't know that I have that. I don't know that I know the combination for this. Okay. I think this is going to be I'm going to have an explore around to see if I can find the right combination to activate this, but if I can't, I'm going to have to go back to the guide and see where I should have picked it up. There's a slim chance that I've already been past where I needed it, and I just didn't make a note of it. Maybe my office manager wants to make his department seem more important than it is. He works from home 5 hours away. Make himself seem more valuable. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I really... To put this, to be perfectly frank, I don't want to be responsible for making anything worse for you, but I feel like you need to stick up for yourself if you want to want to be treated a bit better. These don't. It doesn't sound like they're being fair to you. And as I understand it, people like that are only likely to respond to hardball tactics. AI could take his and my office job, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, I'm a firm believer in kindness and compassion, and therefore I think it is always worth considering the other person's point of view and what sort of position you're putting them in, but I also don't think that means you should just be a doormat, if that makes sense. Like, if you've asked them in plain English why such and such can't be the case because it would be good for you, and their explanations literally don't add up, then that's good reason to believe that they're not treating you fairly, that they are just trying to handle you. They're saying whatever they think is going to get you to do what they want you to do, and are ignoring your interests. And I don't support that. I don't think that's a good way to be, but I know there's a lot of people that are like that out there. And that's why I feel like if they are the way I think they may be based on your descriptions, I don't think they're ever going to have a crisis of conscience and then think, oh, how badly I treated Beamer, I need to treat him a bit better. I think they're just going to carry on doing it forevermore, unless they're challenged on it. which is a shame. Okay, is this where I need to go next? I just want to check. Once again, I don't want to just... That's clearly a teleporter. I just want to make sure that there's not something I'm supposed to be doing here first. So we made our way in here. We figured all that out. Now click on the flap and it will open, revealing a screen. Zoom in on the screen and press enter. You'll see you need a code here. There are 5 possibilities for the first symbol. The second symbol shows a star, which represents a number. The third and fourth symbols are Galahanto letters, but you don't know the code yet. Okay. So then we go through here. And we go through that. Okay. So I haven't skipped anything. That's just what I'm checking. I don't want to like skip ahead and then get stuck. Is essentially what I was afraid of. You're very right. I just can't quit till I can move, since rail operations are few and far between. My commute would jump from 10 minutes to 2 hours for the next closest employer. It's the only real training I have worth that amount of money. I'm sorry. So, in other words, they have you at a disadvantage and they know it. And they're prepared to exploit it. That is really rubbish. I'm sorry. Waiting on combined crystal block. So they want crystal blocks. Whatever those are. I'll have to wait till September, but I may just move again and get a consistent conductor position elsewhere. Life isn't always convenient. Yeah. I mean, if you could, that sounds ideal. And again, I don't want to overstep, but given that you're already in this awkward situation, I wonder if it is worth reassessing what sort of inconvenience is the lesser evil, if you see what I mean. Like, you say you can't move yet. I don't know your circumstances and I'm not asking, but like, hypothetically, is not being able to move a hard block, or is it just it would be really inconvenient, if you see what I mean? And what would be more inconvenient, moving at shorter notice than is ideal, or being stuck in a what is effectively, it seems like, a dead-end job right now because of your manager? You know, even though in theory it's a fine career, you know, if you have a manager that's not prepared to let you I don't know if it's technically a promotion, but to take on a higher paying position which also suits you very well. If they're not prepared to let you do that, then that seems like a bit of a dead-end job, if you see what I mean. At least for now, at least until, you know, like, your manager changes. A lot of rail work in Toronto, so I can move a bit closer. Lease ends in September for my apartment, so I can't really till then. Can it be reassigned? Ahahaha! Excellent, we can get in here. Have you read the contract? Do you know if you were able to find someone who was willing to take over the lease, could your landlord refuse? Good question. Like, move my lease to a new apartment with the same company? I mean, that wasn't what I was thinking, but also, yes, potentially. Ooh, like someone takes my lease. Yeah, exactly. You'd need to check the contract, because reassignment, usually contracts won't be silent on this. Either they'll say yes, you can reassign, or you can't, or sublet might be the proper term. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've looked at land law, but essentially that's what I mean. Like, in a lot of it depends, but often contracts will let you sublet or reassign to another person, because, you know, if the money's still coming in, why would the company care, you know? Didn't know you could do that. There 100% there are contracts that let you do that. I think landlords sometimes say that you can't, but the main reason they would do that is basically because they can't be bothered. It's like extra paperwork for them, and literally just to save them paperwork, even though they would be making just as much money, they will they may not let you do it. But not all landlords are like that. Sometimes they will let you. But you're right. If the company you're letting from manages a lot of properties, again, they might also be willing to let you just change to a different apartment. That's something you'd have to negotiate. It's unlikely to be in the unlike subletting, it's unlikely to actually be in the contract itself. But, for example, supposing you were paying for a place for, I don't know, how much might it cost? $1,500 a month or something. If you found somewhere if you found somewhere 2 hours away that was being let by the same company, and say it was slightly more rent, say it was 1,600, there's a pretty good chance that if you asked, they would say, yeah, alright, you can do that. So both are viable options. And if either of those could be made to happen, then that would give you way more negotiating power with your current employer. Interesting. I'll look at my lease and check that out. Thanks for the new adulting information. My landlord actually lives in Toronto, so he manages places there too. Toronto is crazy expensive, though. I see. So I'm not a qualified lawyer, but I do have a law degree in UK law, not Canadian law. If you'd like me to... If there's anything that you're not sure about, feel free to ask. You know, if there's any legalese or anything, I can take a look. It comes with the obvious caveat that, you know, the answer may be, I'm not sure. But I'd be happy to give anything like that a look if you'd like. The diverter tower at the harbour zone has been fixed. Mason did a wonderful job. With a transfer to the binocular here on the old factory guard tower, the symbols needed to lower than the elder now transfer much faster and appear clearer than ever before. Oh, hang on, is there binoculars around here? Ages ago I was writing down the binocular symbols. So long ago, I don't even recall where I wrote them down. Was that it? I appreciate that, Mag. You're very welcome. The Spore Docks. Smollox talks about ridding the place of the old railcount system, shutting down the Shriyuki portal. So far, it's nothing but words, no action. Too afraid to come back here with all of Aurorian's vines creeping around the place. Besides that, Shriyuki portal still comes in handy for the Neyyah activation console. I've also decided to hide the correct colours needed for the crystal block mechanisms at the Spore Docks, in case Mason requires to use the machines himself to get the Neyyah lowered to the heater chamber. The console should suffice. Also, thanks for letting me vent. Sparing Miss Beaver from my complaining. No, that's alright. Anytime. Anytime at all. I haven't... I mean, this seems to be indicating that I can turn things on or off. And that's going to affect things over here, but what, you want these both to be off and then something happens here? Okay then. What do you want me to put here? Salt? For the invisible ink. Okay. I don't know what the significance of that is. This picture hurts my brain. Which one does, sorry? This one? Or the one with the arrows? I'm as lost as you are, to be honest. That might be the code I'm looking for. The symbol for Falitzo Island, followed by the numeral 6 in their numeral system, because they don't write numbers the way we do, followed by the letters V and T in the relevant, in like their typeface. I say typeface because the games like this always call them an alphabet. But they always end up just being the Roman alphabet written in a different way. That's not a alphabet. If it's literally the exact same letters, just written differently, even if the way they're written is really fancy, you know, very, very different, like, I don't know, made out of lots of little circles or something, doesn't matter. That's not technically a different alphabet. That's just a different way of presenting the same alphabet. The on-off one. That one stung. I know. Oh, a video message. Sender Taliva Dahili, Olujay Kasalt Home. That is the wife. That is Taliva, is the wife of the scientist. What was his name? Vermeer, I believe. And I'm guessing this is their children.
Neyyah, my love. How's Neyyah? It's a beautiful morning here in Kasalt. The lake is all glistening. When all this is over...
That must be
no
Taliva
more.
then.
I'm taking you swimming. Neyyah? What did we say about climbing on the roof? He's looking for Veltray lizards again. Everyone's acting weird now the Galithium dose has changed. Now, before you ask, don't worry. I ate the Gafunkai mushroom and only the white parts. Neyyah,
Look at those graphics.
not so high.
I know.
Anyway, I think you're right about the mushroom reducing the Galithium dose's potency. Snorlax has the Ologarians in the palm of his hand. Do you know what he's calling the return to Bragnarium? The joining of the Great Lands. He's keeping the people subdued, Vermeer, fooled by lies of Galithium protection. Someone should destroy the Leflomian portal before Snorlax brainwashes everyone, including Neyyah. I will not let him ruin our son. Sorry, gotta go. Sorry about that. Someone fell off the roof. And he's fine. He wants to make an orange paella, just like you. I told him I'd send you his sketches. So cute. Last time I went up to the Neyyah pools, I noticed some weak connections in the sensors he set up down there. If the sensors can't detect the Zypherfish, you will be stranded on Neyyah with no way back to Olujay. Don't let your hard work and sacrifice come to nothing. You can never be too careful, my love. I know you don't like me to worry, but you just get so absent-minded when you're stressed. leaving doors open, putting toad cheese in the storage shed. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm worried. I know your work is important, but we need you too.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's on Ology now. But we're the ones that are likely to get stranded. I understood what they meant about the fish and the sensors-ish, but I don't know what I do with that information. Like, I remember there was... Was it in the Paita... Was it where they harvest the Paitas on the Scarleti Towers Island? Didn't they say there were, like, fish in the pools that would, like, eat the Paitas if they weren't stopped or something? But, like, she said you'll be stranded there if the sensors don't detect them. I don't know what she meant. Like, I literally don't know what that's about. And crucially, I don't know what action I'm supposed to take in response to that. Interesting. Very interesting. That looks like an eye. Is that supposed to be one of those creatures, an Eleopite? That's the Neyyah symbol, the like icon that the game has taken its logo from. Don't know what else I'm supposed to be doing over here. Okay. Blimey. Mayota gas system. Portal activation code. I don't understand that, but I will copy it down. Soccer legends Pele and Maradona both considered one jersey number particularly lucky. Which number was it? Me no sports. TV Beamer. TV Beamer. I understand, not every subject captures everyone's interest, and that is perfectly fine. There's no need to know sports to be a valued part of this community. I don't particularly follow sports either, and I certainly don't follow soccer, so I don't know. Red, cyan, green, and yellow. Make of that what you will. Jenny! Oh, wonderful news. I'm glad you're back safely. Thank you for dropping by. Hopefully you can relax a little now. Ah, those are the places, aren't they? Those correspond to the different portals we've been using to get between places. Those different triangles. Because these triangles are literally the shape of some of the portals. I say some of the portals because there's different types of portal. Right. Sensor tablet active, active sensors, inactive sensors, activation available. Sun position, location, temperature. Press to activate. Oh, I didn't have to do anything? Really? Okay. Maybe that's the sensors that they meant. Potentially. You know, when she said about make sure the sensors are working or you might get stranded. Maybe that's what she meant? I don't know. Oh, I now recognise that as being two different numbers. That says 23. Well, I say it says 23. It's their number 2 followed next to their number 3. Strictly speaking, I don't know if they work like Arabic numerals, where you just like, well, they have like a tens position, hundreds, and so on. But that could well be 23, which, you know, that could be a temperature. In what units? I don't know. Celsius, perhaps? So, did I say 22? I meant 23 if I did. 23 Celsius is a very fine day. Oh, this needs salt. To Neyyah, if you've come across this note, I need to inform you that I've hidden a journal from mine inside the Neyyah console here at this office. You can retrieve it once the Neyyah is successfully lowered and the process to trap Smolocks in the bunker can begin. See, that's the thing. I don't know what the Neyyah is, I don't know why we need to lower it, and I don't know what that has to do with trapping Smolocks. I've understood for a long time that trapping Smolocks has been the plan that I've apparently been roped into doing, but why and how, that still eludes me. My thoughts, my ideas, my work. I've included a lot of things in this new journal, but most importantly it contains vital information required to trap Smolocks. If for some reason you are left in the position to take on this task, you must read it before proceeding. Vermeer X. Translator glasses? I'm not sure what to do with these glasses anymore. While I am satisfied with the refined plasma within the lenses, now translating Galanti words much quicker, I fear Smolocks will only dismiss the glasses completely. A way to teach the new workers coming to Neyyah. I mean, of course, Neyyah Site 28. About the old Fazultan ways. I question my efforts to bring awareness to the old Fazultan constellation number system 2. The contraption at the Pinova point in the old Pelska watchtower still needs some work on the inputs. But these glasses, maybe Niluka would like them? That's his son, isn't it? We now know. Right, do I understand correctly that I can just point these glasses at, Sorry, I can point these glasses at anything written in that language whose name I've already forgotten, and it will translate it for me automatically? Because if so, that's pretty fantastic. Let us test that theory. I'm going to need to find... Hang on. Let me make sure I get the name of the language right. Because I do... Galahanti. That's it. Let's find some Galahanti text. I know some good places. But there may be some closer that I've forgotten about. I hope it works. It'd be ideal if it did. Right, back we go. Oh, look at that. That's that same symbol we saw in that diagram. Actually, before we proceed, I want to check the emergency video call transcript. Orange Peyote Velotron machine. Right, that's where we are then. Zypher, lower than the Elder. Right. So we're not actually very far through that plan. Right, I'm still not seeing any Galahanti, which is fine. I didn't actually mean to shut that. No. Oh, there we go. Wait, what? Oh, it shuts whenever I turn the other way. Okay, fine. Right, I believe there was some Galahanti in here. Was there? Here? That looks like the stuff. Right, that's why we were given the option to put the glasses over. The cleansing of the Paita. Yes! Right, this is a big deal. I should be able to... well, as long as every letter is present, I should be able to create a complete translation table for their typeface. Because again, I stress this isn't really a new alphabet if all they're doing is changing the way they draw the same Roman letters. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Wonderful. Right. Well, we'll start with T, I guess. So that's T. We have H. That's H. Oh dear, haven't drawn that particularly well. Got H. Oh, hang on. I haven't drawn that correctly. Never mind. Let me correct that. H. E. Okay. I notice E's got 5 dots. Interesting. C. C's got 3 dots. This is looking a lot like they have a small number of symbols and then they just like put a bunch of dots after them, if you see what I mean. L. Like, it's like, imagine we had like A with 1 dot, then A with 2 dots was B, then A with 3 dots was C, and so on. That's what I'm suggesting. L actually challenges that theory. Oh no, it doesn't. Does it? Yes, it does. Because that's got 6 dots, and I wasn't expecting it to have 6 dots. Okay. E we already have, but I can double check it's the same. It is the same. A is what you would expect it to be following this theory. N. Okay. I've got N copied out. What else do we have? S. S is like N, but it's got 6 dots. Very nice. I. Have we got I already? H. Oh, hang on. I copied it out wrong. I don't think L is the exception that I thought it was. I think that's just me being dumb. Sorry, L. L we've done. I was on I, that was it. Right, where's I? There it is. Sorry, so what I did was I accidentally wrote down what L was in the I column, very stupidly. Now that I've done that, this is fitting the theory I outlined before. N, we've already done. G seems to be the start of a new group, which does figure with the rest of it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It seems like it's grouped into sixes. Okay. O. O is what we would have predicted it to be. F. F is also what we would have predicted it to be. T is what we already had T. We already have the, so I can skip straight to P. P is what we would have expected it to be. A, we already have. Y. Is that what I would have expected it to have been? I'm not sure. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's not. And I can even see where the break is. The M isn't what you would have expected. It's like they skipped M. It's like they skipped the letter M. I don't know why. Perhaps they just don't have one in their language. Although, to be honest, that appeared to be just English written in a different typeface. I should have paid more attention to what that actually said, shouldn't I? Was that the harvesting of the Paita by any chance? That couldn't have been the harvesting. I can check in a moment. The creation of the Paita. Okay. Are there any letters there we don't already have? I don't... R. We don't have R. That's that one. R is what we would have predicted it to be. Which means they must have a Q. So this is the creation of the Paita, is it? Interesting. Oh, look at the different symbols. Those are the same... Those correspond to the portal symbols, don't they? Let me copy that out quickly. And I'll copy this one out as well. Yellow, green, blue, and red. Right, that's been all copied out. Let's carry on. Right, what does this one say? The deliverance of the Paita. D we don't have. D is exactly what we would have predicted it to be. So no surprises there. E, L, I, V. Do we have V? We do not have V yet. Delhi. France. V is what we would have expected it to be. R we already had. N, C, E. Oh, we had all that. So nothing surprising there. The harvesting of the Pieta. Oh, maybe it was harvesting. I'd have already had V if that were the case, so it can't have been. T and S, we have both of those. I just want one more look at this one quickly. I think we basically got everything we need. The cleansing of the Pieta. Right, that's what it said. So let me look at this. There's a position for B. As in, we haven't seen B yet, but we know there's one empty space. There's like one symbol that's based on the number of dots, like 1 dot, 2 dot, 3 dot, and so on. We know what B should be, and there's only one like symbol missing, so that figures exactly. We think we know what B is. The same goes for J and K. M is a mystery. It looks like they've got no M. They've just skipped it entirely. Q, there's a space for. U, there's a space for. WX. It looks like they don't have M and they don't have Z. Ooh. That's what appears to be, as far as I can tell, that's what's happening. So basically they have 4 basic symbols, and then they add either 1 dot, 2 dot, 3 dot, 4 dot, 5 dot, or 6 dots to the symbol. So 4 times 6 is 24, so they're able to represent 24 letters using this system, which is all very good. And it looks like M and Z are the Roman letters that they've dropped, or never had. Because of course there's 26 letters in the alphabet, not 24. Right, hang on, what does that say? I can have that translated, so please do. Velatron. I don't think there's any letters there we didn't already have. Good. Right, I think we can solve this now. Because we were told previously it's Falitzo Island, then 6, then T. Question is, do I know the symbol for Falitzo Island? I don't think I do, but I know all the rest, so I can... I can probably figure it out by the process of elimination. Not the process of elimination. I can work it out. I can brute force it very easily if I know all the rest, is what I'm trying to say. I wasn't saying it very clearly. But that's what I was trying to say. Right, that's 6. Wait, hang on. Those are in order. Those are in order. I can find out what 9 is. Haha! We didn't know that. We now have 9. I think I've basically got their writing system and numeral system now. which is wonderful news. Actually, before I rush ahead, I just want to check, in any of the books, did they show us the island symbols? If they didn't, that's fair enough. Well, it's not going to be in the Fletsu Island book, is it? Or it's unlikely to be. Peter Factory. What book's this? Hang on. Oh, I'm sorry. I closed that book when I didn't mean to. Ah! With B having 2 dots, E having 5 dots, and them being the same initial symbol, I think I was supposed to figure that out for myself. Oh, and you've got A there as well. Yeah, if I'd been paying more attention, I could have figured that out. Oh, there's the goggles we're using. Right, so those are different locations. But what I want is the island symbols. I don't remember if we've encountered those. These are the different plants. Different animals. I just saw the Zypher fish. That's no help. What about this book? Do you have the island symbols in? Those are plants, I think. Well, that might be a number. No, I think those are both plant symbols. Yeah, I don't think I have the island symbols written down anywhere. But I may not know what they all are, but this machine can at least tell me what the possible island symbols are. So what I mean is, I don't know which island that is. I don't know which island that represents, but I know it's one of the islands now. So I can just write them all down. In order. That's one of them. That's another. That's yet another. Yet another. I'm going to need to keep a much closer eye out for those symbols. Right, there's only 4 of them. I've written some of these down before. I recognise the symbols as things I've written before, I just don't know where I've written them. Just going backwards through my notes. No, it's none of those. No, okay, that's fine. Actually, I'll change the way I've drawn these slightly to make better use of space. Right, got that. Wonderful. Wonderful. Right, let's solve this. Right, that's 9, isn't it? So that's 8. That's 6. Now they want V and T. Hang on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Was that M I just saw there? I think that was. You do have M then. It's just completely different. Interesting. We're learning a lot from just this combination lock by observing it. That's Y. And that's Z. So as I said, it was going to be... I initially said there's no M and Z, but there are M and Z. They're just drawn completely differently. The system does effectively skip them. And then just assign some other symbols to them. Okay. Right, we want V and T, don't we? That's what we said. That's V. Now we want T. Have I drawn this correctly? Hang on. No, I made a mistake. Pretty sure I made a mistake there. Just correcting my notes. Lovely. That looks right. Okay. Didn't like that. Right, that's Falitsu Island then. Yes! Okay, that's good. We learnt a lot from that. We learnt a lot in a very short amount of time. Don't ask me what that did. I don't know. Is that the Neyyah I've just lowered? I don't know. I've lowered something. Let's save the game since this is progress. What was my most recent one? Right. That's the oldest. Wonderful. Okay, apparently I can put something in there. Process spore? No. Full spore? No. I honestly haven't a clue what I'm supposed to be combining this with. Not a purple crystal? Is it a red crystal? No. Maybe I don't have the thing I need to use here yet. That's entirely plausible. Okay. Yeah, doesn't look like I can do much here. Wish I knew if that was an Neyyah or not. Oh well. Alright, I think... Once again, I've solved a bunch of puzzles, but now we're stuck. Because it's just not clear what I'm supposed to do next in the world. So... back to the guide, I guess. So we did all that. Look through both binoculars. I couldn't. Okay, maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I could look through there. Let's go back and check. I don't think this is going to be like a major breakthrough that's going to suddenly mean that we can do things that we couldn't do before, but It probably contains important information that I do actually need. So it is worth quickly going back here. Those weren't glowing before, I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure, actually. I didn't think they were glowing. Maybe I'm just inobservant. Yeah, that's not telling us anything. Maybe that is what I was supposed to observe. Let me go back to the guide. Yeah, zoom out and look through the right binocular. See that it's waiting for a heater service symbol transfer. You can't use it now. Zoom out and turn. Hang on, can I use either of them? Presumably not. Zoom out and turn around. Go to the entrance of the tower. We figured all that out. We've been in there. I think we read everything. Check if the shielded Peter and translator glasses are in your inventory. Right, I missed an item. That shielded Paita might even be what we needed just a moment ago. I don't know. But it could well be. So let's go back in there. So I missed an object, did I? Oops. There it is. Yeah, didn't see that somehow. I have the shielded Paita. Wonderful. Back we go. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Right. Let's see if that machine, whatever it is, would like a shielded Paita. Shielded from what and how, I do not know. But we're assured that it is a Paita that is shielded. It did! That was the thing we needed. Okay. I seem to have triggered an earthquake. That doesn't seem ideal. Mayorta Paita. Mayorta Paita. Mayorta Paita. I know about the Mayorta gas. I'm just trying to like think, is there some Mayorta location? I can think of a couple of places where we've encountered Mayorta gas. One of them is back at the central hub, whose name I've already forgotten. Hold on, let me find it. What's a Paita? It's an energy source. Apparently, it sounds like they begin life as some sort of plant spore. We've got one. I think that's right. I may have misunderstood. I think they start as some sort of plant and then they process them in some way, which is like still a black box. They haven't told us what they're doing, but then they're able to turn them into some like magical source of energy, like a dilithium crystal in Star Trek. Is it edible? Good question. I don't know the answer. But the other thing I know is not just that they're a power source that can fit in your hand, but that there's different types of them. What the significance of the different types is, I don't know. Like, are they just outputting different energy levels? Are they like... is it like the equivalent of different batteries of different voltages? I don't know. All I know is certain devices expect very specific Paitas and will not accept other Paitas. But anyway, so the point is, I now have in my possession a energy source, and the question is, what machine wants it? It said Mayorta Paita. Well, Mayorta's a type of poisonous gas, and there's a few occasions we've encountered Mayorta gas, but I'm just trying to think, like, were any of them expecting a power source? Like the rooms in which the gas could be found. Central Point. Nyashka Pools, that was it. I think Nyashka Pools had some Mailta gas, which maybe they were expecting, one of the machines there was expecting a pay eater. I'm not sure. Are these made up words? Yep, absolutely, and it's one of the things that I'm not a huge fan of in this game. I liked it when Mist and Riven added made up words, but the thing is they made up these words sparingly. There are only a few, and they tended to be like proper nouns for things that you would actually, you know, need to interact with. Either frequently or at like a key moment. Whereas unfortunately, I feel like this game just makes up too many of these words. It just gets confusing. My poor little brain can't keep track of it all. That's just my opinion, though. So I'm actually going back to a different location on a hunch. I may be wrong on this hunch, in which case I may have to backtrack. But we will cross that bridge when we get to it. Which pioneering country was the first to put drivers to the test to an official driving examination? Wait, I think we were asked this before, and it was like, oh, Germany is correct. Oh, well done, Tato. Better memory than me. I trust him not. It's possible that I misremembered, though. There was something driving related we were asked. Maybe it was... Oh no, I'll tell you what. I think it might have been which was the first country to introduce a speed limit, not a driving test. The real question is, when did they add a driving test? It's also possible the LLM is wrong. We'll see. Okay. We're back. Hang on. I know what I was going to check. Is there anything here which indicates... No, I don't see anything here that really indicates where that is. Hang on. Is that the other symbol for the place? It might be. Hold on, I need to check one more of these portals and see if that is also got one of those symbols and if it's different. Yes, it is. Okay, did I write these down previously? I might already have a copy of that. Worth checking. No. Doesn't look like I do. Alright, fair enough. So one of the key aspects about this game is of its plot is the mixing of two different cultures. So a lot of things have two symbols. You'll have like one from the original inhabitants, the indigenous population symbol, and then you'll have the newcomers symbol. And what the thing I was looking for here was the indigenous population symbol, and what I got was the newcomers symbol for the same thing, which is better than nothing, but wasn't quite what I was looking for. Oh well. Still helping me put together a bigger picture. Okie dokie. France set the precedent as the first country in the world to introduce a driving test, ensuring that drivers had the necessary skills to navigate the road safely. Man, these LLMs. I know. I know. Not the most impressive thing, is it? Can I go in? Yes, I can. Right, this was one of the locations, I think, where there was Neyyah gas. And I could be wrong. I feel like there might have been something here that wanted a Payita. Maybe misremembering. Right, you wanted a Payita, I think, but you've been given one. Yes, you have. So... what about up here? Yes, I know a mask is required. Am I not allowed up here anymore? I think I may have just completed everything up here and it's not letting me back. Well, that's a shame. That means that my hunch was wrong. Oh well. Put the Payitas between 2 slices of bread with some good sauce. Yeah, I don't think that would be very wise. A, I don't know what it would do to us, and 2, I'm pretty sure it would mean that we can't save the world, or whatever it is we're doing. Saving the world from Smolocks. Okay. To life, if you've come across this note, I need to inform you that I've hidden a journal of mine inside the Neyyah console here at this office. You can retrieve it once the Neyyah is successfully lowered and the process to trap Smolocks in the bunker can begin. I'm not sure what to do with these glasses anymore. While I'm satisfied with the refined plasma within the lenses, now translating Galanti words much quicker, I fear Smolocks will only dismiss the glasses. Zoom in on the desktop and you see a plate with 4 triangles. Zoom in further on the note with the 4 colours. This is the Neyyah gas system activation code. Right. Zoom out and click on the plate with the 4 triangles and load will open. Yep, we've done all this. Click. Hang on. Click the red button and the vault cabinet sensors are activated. You've already seen 2 of the 4 triangles. You saw one on the wooden table on the beach near Glorfek Mines and the other in the basin near the Scarlatti Tower. No, I've seen more than that. Because I've... those are the portal shapes. That's how I worked out each of the 4 locations that those symbols represented. So that's actually... we actually have 3 symbols. We have triple redundancy for some of these locations. On the left is a note about the diverter tower in the harbour zone. In the middle is a letter. Below that is a drawing. Read the letter and look at the drawing. The drawing shows the 2 cabinets you saw at the spore docks. Then look at the note on the right. There's a symbol on it. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Yep, we figured all that out. You're saying part of the Velatron code. That's all of the Velatron code. Oh, I did skip something. Okay. Oh, but I can't do this yet. Fine. I think. Okay. Yeah, we've done all that. Done all that. We've done all that. Done all that. Okay, so I'm on to chapter 14. Where do I go next? You want me back on Falitzo Island, do you? Okay. Fair enough. I think I know what it's telling me to do now. But I won't look at it anymore because I don't want to spoil myself. Okay. So specifically, you may recall there were like, inside the old guard tower we found some notes which included symbols for locations which had like 3 lines next to them. A middle-sized one, a big one and a little one. I think that's helping us solve one of the puzzles we came across at the start of the game, the crystal puzzle. And I've already got 2 crystals, a purple one and a red one. And I also know that the colours purple and red are associated with those locations. This will probably make more sense once I've actually made my way back to one of these places. Sorry, I'm looking for my map so that I know which portal I need to go through. Where's my map? I've got a lot of notes on this game. There it is. No, it's not. That's an earlier map. Come on, map. Where are you? You must be before that. There you are. Found you. Right. Flitzo Island red. I want the red one. That one. Okie dokie. So I'll take you to the relevant puzzle and we'll try to solve it. I have to try and remember where the other one is. There's 2 of these. Oh, I remember where the other one is. Right, hang on. So there's that symbol, which, as I say, is for a location. I've forgotten what the locations were, I'll be honest. But in this case, that doesn't matter. I think one of them's Galorfiak Mines. I've forgotten what the other one was. I might have a note of it, I might not. But I definitely have the information I need somewhere. Somewhere in these notes. Dearie me. There we go. That one's red. Okay. I've got pools question mark here, so I was thinking maybe that was the Neyyah pools. Right, so the little one, the colour is red, and the order should be big, little, medium. Big, little, medium. That's it. Did that not do it? Okay. That appears to be done. I noticed that there's nothing immediately happens. Do you work now? I think this is just a camera. Okay, do I remember how to get to the other one? Yes, I think so. Where's my map again? There it is. Is it Pinorvia Point I need to get to? I think so. So again, like, I think I've solved the puzzle correctly, but it must have changed something somewhere else in the world, and I don't know what it's changed. Here we go. Blue. I want the blue one. Is that over here? No. No, it's opposite us. Okay. So be it. If I'm not mistaken, this is where we want to be. Yeah, this looks right. Now, I hope I've gone to the right place, because it's been some time since we've done this. Yes. So it should be, yeah, it should be the biggest one in the middle. And it's the purple crystal. That looks right. Okay. Solved. Now what? Back to the guide, I guess. I'm fairly confident that's correct. Right, yep, we've done all that. Yep. Camera tower of the old meeting hall. Okay, I'll go to the camera tower of the old meeting hall, and we will see if anything's changed there. Again, like, this is a perfect example. How was I supposed to know I was meant to go to the camera tower of the old meeting hall now? Like, it happens to be nearby, but that's the only thing that connects it to the things we've just done. There we go. I'll be honest, I don't remember with absolute certainty how we get there. Is it through here? I didn't think it was. It might be. I think over here? I mean, there's two different locations here. The question is, which one's the camera tower? Okay. What we're looking at now? Press to transfer. Camera in use. Crystal block mech camera. Location arrival sector. P to detect successful connection to Neyyah Platinum System number 1. Camera active. Successful transfer to Bannock's computer system. Don't ask me what that did. I don't know. Transfer again, which is much the same thing. Wonderful. Oh, camera in use, crane system, location, arrival sector, heater server camera status, picture detected. Wonderful. I don't remember when I did that, but apparently I did that. Okay, that's all of those done. Wait, how do I... Oh, that's how I leave. So, presumably we're done there for now? I want to check in the other area that's connected to the old meeting hall. If for no other reason than to remind me what's there. Is that where the machine was that taught us numbers? Their numeral system. Was that what was up here? My current hunch is that we need to go back to the location with the binoculars. I might actually go to the other binoculars as well. If I can remember where they are. Okay. Whatever was here, we've done it. It looks like. I don't remember what it was, but... Maybe that's the thing that was doing the heater system, I'm not sure. The one that it just said had a Paeter and was working. That I don't remember doing, but presumably did. Yeah, I know I must have copied down whatever I saw through the earlier binoculars. But I don't actually remember what that was, to the point that I'm not confident I'd be able to find it in my notes. Like, I'm sure it's written there, it's just would I recognise it if I looked at it? So I'm thinking, I think it was in the harbour area that we, that the other set of binoculars was. So I'm thinking go to the harbour area, check the binoculars there, then working under the assumption that doing that puzzle just then with the camera room has probably activated the binoculars in the old guard tower, go there next. That's my thinking. Now I'm trying to remember, what is the fastest way back to the harbour zone? I think it's through Fulitsu Island. Or Fulitsu Islands. Is it island or islands? I don't recall. So, travelling through this area. Remind me, where does this go? Does this go somewhere useful? I've genuinely forgotten. I remember where that is. That's the gun tower, and we don't need to go there. Which is fine. Alright, through here. Wonderful. Through here. Now, I believe there's a teleporter that goes directly to the harbour zone from here. I just remembered, this actually isn't far from where we need to go. Is this the harbour? Yes, this actually isn't far from where we need to go to get to the old guard tower either. We get to it via the same beach. Okay, that's no good. So this bit that I'm doing right now is just recapping. I'm pretty certain I already made notes before based on this. Okay, that is one of the symbols for one of the islands. Which one? I'm not sure. That was one of the things we never figured out. Yet. There we go. Got that copied out. And that symbol is in my notes, because I remember finding it when I was looking for the island symbols earlier. But as expected, I didn't recognise what it was at the time. I didn't know it was related to the binoculars. Because I hadn't kept a good enough record of that. Okay. Where's the magical rock? There's a magical rock here somewhere. Or do I... Is this rock still open? Oh, it's permanently bisected. Wonderful. So not ideal if someone else comes through here. Since the whole secrecy that having this trapdoor hidden under the boulder gives us is lost. but convenient for our travel. Wonderful. Right, we're nearly back to the old guard tower. I hope my hunch is right, that the binoculars there will work for us now. If not, I'll have to go back to the guide and see what it says. Up we go. Wonderful. Then we travel through here. Whoa, 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 whoa. What does that say? I don't think I saw this before. I think I didn't realise this was here. Levels. Could that be how they draw 0? Just a dot. I'm going to copy this out. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to take a copy of it. Where are the numbers? Where's my copy of their numeral system? There it is. Are these numbers? Yeah, that's a 1. 1. Next one is a 5. Yeah, that's definitely a 5. And then the one after that, that's a 10? Sorry, just copying this out properly. There we go. I've got a copy of it at least. It may not be anything at all. But it might be something very important. I wonder if this was actually supposed to be some sort of meter. And it was saying like 1, 5, 10 as it's reading or something like that. And, you know, whatever it was measuring, it's no longer measuring accurately. Bit of a strange scale though. It should be 0, 5, 10. 1, 5, 10 increases by 4 and then increases by 5. Or 1, 5, 9. The point is there was the same size space between the 1 and the 5 as there was between the 1 and the 10. And yet the difference in value is greater in the latter case. Right, are these binoculars going to be more cooperative? Because that's what we came here for. Yes! Although, to be honest, that is not what I was expecting to see. Right, I think there's still only... three sizes of symbol. Small, large and medium. If I was paying more attention, that would actually indicate an order of islands, I think. Because those look like the two island symbols combined. Yet another symbol for these places. They have a lot of redundancy in the systems they're using. Let me see, where's my... Where are the relevant notes? Am I here somewhere? Oh, hang on, those would be really recent notes. In fact, they're at the top of the same page in my notes. Goodness me. Yep, exactly as I suggested. It's this specifies an order of islands. So I think that means the Asker Pools comes before the what are the mines called? The Gill something or other mines. I gotta go. Bye. Okie dokie, Tato. Thank you for dropping by. I really do appreciate it, and hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. You take care. There we go. Right. So can we work out the puzzle in here now? So remember there was something in here that wanted some codes, I think. That seems to have done it. Current location of the Elder. Point A of the ocean portal. No idea what that means. Heaters active, binoculars active. Symbol received. Binocular active, binocular active. Got nothing. So once again, we've reached the point where I've solved a bunch of puzzles and I'm just stranded. It's like, okay game, fantastic that I've made progress, but now what? Like, you're not giving me anything. You're not... I don't know where I'm supposed to be in the world. I don't know what the next step is. So let's find out. So I went here. I did all that. Go to Lab HQ to check the cameras in the Bannock system. I didn't do that. Alright. Glorifax mine, I think it's called, isn't it? Glorfiac. Right. Okay. Let's head there then. Apparently I didn't need to come back here right now. Hey Rob, how's it going? About as well as could be expected. So I'm still in the situation where I need to keep checking the guide to just figure out... Hang on, can I use this to teleport? It does work. Hey, okay. That's going to save a bit of time. I'm still having to check the guide every now and again to figure out like where the next place I'm supposed to be is. Okay, that didn't work. But I think I'm doing a much better job than last time at solving the puzzles. Like having a sequence of puzzles that I solve one after another, figuring out where I need to be next. It's just like I say, every now and again I just do get lost. It's just like, okay, I've completed the puzzle, where now? So I'm not sure I'm explaining that very well. Anywho, how are you? Lovely to see you. Through we go. So, for example, I just solved the crystal puzzle, and I then went back to the old guard tower thinking that that would give me more information, and I think it has, but then at the same time I didn't know where to go from here, and I had to look at the guide to tell me that apparently going back to Lab HQ is a good idea. Right, that's the one, isn't it? So I'm just checking this very carefully to see if it has the indigenous population's island symbols on it, but I don't think it does. Right, to Lab HQ. You're right, Monsieur Cabal? Wonderful, wonderful. Right, so was the suggestion that I go back here and I learn something useful? I'm fine, thanks. Just incredibly tired all the time. Coffee is my friend, though. Oh, you poor thing. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's no good. Oh, hello. That's one of the native symbols. So's that. No camera signal. Crane camera. Elevator sector. Which one's the elevator sector? Is that what they're calling... Hang on, I can probably figure this out. Is that what they're calling the Scarlatti Towers? Because I have like two sets of the same map, but one from like the indigenous islanders' perspective, and one from the newcomers. Elevator sector, spore collection pool. I think that's right. That is right. That's Scarlatti Towers. Ha ha ha. Okay, that's good information. Right, I should definitely add that here. Right, that's been noted. Scarlatti Towers. Oh, didn't mean to exit entirely. Just meant to go back out so I could check another symbol. How do you prefer your coffee, if you don't mind the question? Right, which one's this? Crane camera, Lab HQ sector. That's gonna be Galorifac Mine. Okay. Good to know. I'll double check. Yeah, that is correct, I believe. Galorifac Mine. Well then, by the process of elimination, the last one should be Pinorva Point. camera sector, which I believe is what they called Penorvia Point. Is that correct? Yes. Yes! Wonderful, we've got it solved then. So it's just complaining that it doesn't have cameras for Falitsu Islands activated, apparently. Excellent. So we've got, that's even more information we now have. We now know the we now have the complete set of the other island symbols. Very strong, with 2 sugar cubes, no milk usually. Do you tend to go for like instant or ground, or do you get the beans and grind your own? Is there any particular brand you prefer? Sorry, I realise the ads have just started, so you may not have heard that. Oh, this was also translating them. Ah, and this was giving me like a bird's eye view. So this is Falitsu Island. But wait, that doesn't match up at all. That's also on Falitsu Island. But that would correspond to Penorvia Point. Okay, so these columns don't make sense. Alright. What does the guide have to say? So we make our way back here, then what? Oh, binocular activity. Okay. That's where I was supposed to be looking. Well, that's alright, because we got useful information out of this. This wasn't a waste. Okay, that's not the one. Although I now realise that is a sequence of islands. Interesting. Binocular activity. Okay. Current location of binocular power. Do I move it? So that's Penorvia Point, that's... Which one's that? Is that... Hang on. I'm gonna have to look this up. No, that's Falitsu Island at the top. And Glorfiak Mines at the bottom. Okay. The diverter tower on arrival sector continues to provide a strong signal, enabling a successful transmission of symbols to the binoculars connected to the Neyyah Platinum System Number 2. The E-Polite shield is now nothing but a ruin, looming above the diverter tower like a corpse, and those binoculars stationed at the watchtowers merely nearby serve no purpose anymore. While this continues to provide a steady source of power from the Elder, I do believe it would be wise to consider constructing a brand new system, one which doesn't require old Fazolshian technology. I always did appreciate their understanding and cooperation back when I decided to lay down the plans to construct the ocean portal. After what they did to us, Vermeer. Anyway, make sure transmission from arrival sector to HQ lab sector and diverter towers remains strong for the Neyyah operations to be performed successfully. The Yaska depends on it. Freshly ground beans. But I don't prefer any brand in particular, just thankful for the caffeine. Sounds nice though. Rightio. Alright, I'm gonna check the guide again, because I still don't know what the next step is. Where am I supposed to be? Click on the activation steps and you'll see the binoculars are active. Click on menu again and then on system information. Read the text and then click exit. I don't recognise that. That... Was it... Oh, I was supposed to click menu. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. That's what I was missing. Menu. The Neyyah Platinum series is the perfect cradle and elevation machine for any type and size of Neyyah plant. This machine comes with a reinforced Naxilla metal and a Peloran plasma tubes, sustaining large distances between any ocean portal it may be required to travel through in order to grow and deliver spore production. It will rest at a more elevated position above heater systems, more so than any of the previous models, generating a more successful spore harvest. Once the Neyyah is fueled via an activation cabinet and a 2-part symbol is successfully transferred to Neyyah Platinum System 2, Neyyah will take less than a minute to reach the Point B destination. The fuel for the activation cabinet is required to be powered from a remote location to the Neyyah itself. The key safe box and activation cabinet for fueling the Neyyah will be provided to you a couple of days before the main machine is shipped. So Point A Neyyah zone. I don't know which one that is. Where is that? We've seen that. We got there when we teleported from the Scarlatti Towers. Point B, Neyyah Spore Collection Pool. Not sure where that is if that's not Scarlatti Towers. Systems connected with Neyyah Platinum System number 2. Looks like this is all working. Okay, fantastic. That still leaves me in the same position of I've solved the puzzles, now what? Where are we going next? But thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. About the coffee, I mean. Console A, camera. We looked at all that. Yeah, I've noted all these symbols. And I've noted them. Click exit and turn around, go to the elevator, turn down, then go to the entrance tunnel to the mine. Walk through the tunnel. Actually, does my... I think I included the colours in the map, did I? Yes, I did. Yeah, so all that information I've had... Well, getting these symbols specifically, that was the breakthrough I just made. But everything else I already had. Okay, return to the old guard tower. I mean, I know how to do that. But we were there just a moment ago and it didn't seem to do anything. Oh, is there something in there? Zoom in on the console and pull the lever. Okay, so I think I missed that. We were just there not that long ago, and I think I must have just missed the fact that there was a lever to pull. I mean, that's not the end of the world, because I genuinely got useful information from coming here. I've just done things in a slightly suboptimal order, but nothing more. Right, so we're at Glorifac Mine right now. Where do I want to go? I think I want to go to Falitsu Island, because that's the way to get to the old guard tower. Where's Falitsu Island? That's Scarlatti Towers, that's Spinova Point, that's Glorifac Mine, that's Falitsu. Which one's that? That one is... No, that's Benovia Point. That's the central point, whose name I've forgotten the proper name of. Oops, not exit. No! That's more of a tea guy that has years, but got back into coffee addiction a few months back. Ooh, what's your preferred tea? If you don't mind my asking. Ah, I see. I click on the middle bit. There we go. To be fair, Annie, there's too much to choose from to restrict myself. Fair enough. Are there any particular favourites? Any that particularly stood out to you? Or just all equally? Wrong way. Right way most of the way. Yeah, it's just over here. I should have turned to the right into the beach. There we go. Down we go. Round we go. Into the cart. Oops. Through we go. Wonderful. Jump down. Through we go. Through here. While I'm grateful for the fast travel that the Polovia portal offers, I feel like they could have done a better job. There's still a lot of walking to be done. Right, we're here. Well, hey. Through we go. Oh, that must be the thing I didn't pull. Yeah. So this is how it was before. It's telling us everything's activated. Apparently I just forgot to pull the lever. This would be a good point to save. So if anything goes wrong, we're not... we don't have to go back very far. Wonderful. Okay, we found something. Is this the last journal? I was wondering if we'd find that, or if I just missed it somehow. Important. Must do this before Aurorian's processing initiation. What's Aurorian gonna do? Heian's journal is safe and secure. I couldn't keep it here or in any hideaway I've stationed Neyyah. I felt like it needed its own secluded special spot. The Velatron's temple seemed the most fitting place for such a soldier. I took some of the weapons found around Neyyah and splayed them out around the book too. We'll rest peacefully there. His last words before the battle was fought to protect the Velatron machine against the invading forces of Charus Calafrikel. Calafrikel, I think, and his Epolite army. What really interests me is Heian's use of what Olujarians term as the English language, deriving from our ancestors who once existed on Bragnaron, back when it was called Earth. Bragnarian. Interesting. Got a back of one with curcuma, mango, mountain herbs and ginger. That was quite nice. Oh, so herbal teas you were thinking of. Interesting. Sounds like an interesting flavour. So what was I saying? What really interests me is Heian's use of what Olugerian's term as the English language, deriving from our ancestors who once existed on Bragnarian, back when it was called Earth. However, I used to hear tell of this language termed as Whisper Tongue in the days of Talimbari, before it became a native well-spoken language amongst the further developed culture of Fazulta. So is the whole suggestion here going to be that these different species are really are all humans, and it's just humans spread to space? Galananti was a very well-versed dialect before it later became a more coded, less used language amongst Fazultan warriors, broadcasted via the Galanti podiums built at certain watch points, such as the harbour of Falitzo Island. There is such an interesting link between Fazulta and Olije, technically the more ancient world of Tlumbari, which later became Fazulta, while Earth later became Bragnarian. How were these two distant worlds connected? Aeon's journal made me consider so many possibilities. I do wonder how much Smolix knows. How much he is in fact hiding to himself, hiding alongside Kahelta Zolka. I don't know who that is, or what that is. Oh, this one doesn't have a cleaner version. Usually when you click, the text becomes easy to see. Although I must say, this is very easy to read. Maybe this is the clean version and they don't have a dirty version? Victory, as Smolix calls it. Victory to our people for vanquishing the betrayers. I can't help but pity the man, now so crazed and obsessed with finding Bragnaron again, finding Kerhaltavolka, a creature best left in the shadows. If we are to find light, we must right wrongs, cut out the lies, and expose the truth for what it is. Smolix trapped the survivors of Fazulta in Quilizion. Now I will trap him. Definitely victory. Victory for the Fazultans, for the Pelskers, for us. The combination required to activate the bunker teleportation system is a translation of 4231 in floral symbols and constellation numbers. We've already done this. Once these two translations are successful on the console, only then will the plasma suction initiate and bring Smolix into the bunker as he arrives on Neyyah. Oh, have I not done this? I thought I had. Certainly 4231 rings a big bell. Well, not one single tea bag, but one pack I meant. Ah, I see. Sorry, English. My English might fail when tired. No, that's fine. That's fine. No worries at all. I must get this right upon opening the console, otherwise Smolix will arrive at the Jalud arrival station close by and he will be armed. Once he is imprisoned inside the bunker, I must make sure he doesn't break out. I'll guard the bunker door, check inside if necessary. I must give Orion enough time to initiate the teleportation process. A healthy full Neyyah spore needs to be offered in order to complete the passing successfully. Okay, that's why we have the Neyyah spore then. So this is basically guiding us on how to end the game, I think. I don't know where I enter the teleportation code. That needs to be figured out. Or looked up, one or the other. Where do I put the spore? Anything else, and Orion will not be able to proceed with the teleportation. I'm so thankful that it's successfully connected to Quan, a land far away from Neyyah, deeper into the heart of the Fazultan lands. Everything is set up ready for Smolix's arrival, who will no longer be able to get back to Olije. After following Unta's instructions on setting up the various components required to create a successful teleportation system at the bunker, I did consider the possible problems that could occur upon initiating the process of bringing Smolix down into the bunker. What if someone else came to Neyyah instead of Smolix? I understand the Ronaldan Temple will be notified of the alarm that will be signalled from Neyyah. In times past, I've witnessed Smolix come down himself and land at the Jalud station outside the bunker. I'm sure, considering the moment in time when Smolix is so alert to things taking place on Feamore, especially with the activity picked up from the very heart of Fazulta, he won't hesitate to come down himself, especially if there's a possibility that the Quivilian might once again be within his grasp. Quan awaits. Everything there is set up ready for Smolix's arrival. I just hope Orion is right. This is the one place on Feamore that the Pelskers were able to retreat to after the war Smolix besieged upon Fazulta. I'm told by Auroran that herself and the other Pelskers will take care of Smolix. Interesting. What do you mean by take care of? My only regret is sending Ivan and Theo out there alongside their daughters Erlicia and Novalia. I'm hoping Smolok's entrapment on Quan may spark some activity into their whereabouts and safety. I've noticed Mason snooping around the bunker recently. I believe he is aware of my communications with Aurorian. However, he will find it difficult getting inside. The bunker is now sealed off, with only the entry being the plasma suction initiated through bringing Smolok's Jaloo down into the bunker once he arrives at Neyyah. So have I never been inside the bunker then? I'm not sure what the bunker is. My first communications with Aurorian here on Neyyah were uneasy. I'm aware now that she is in hiding, alongside the other Pelskas of Fazulta, at the heart of Feamor in an ancient place called Quan, where the Fazultan Lord and High Ruler Quan-Anovic once resided. Through using Neyyah spores, Fazultan constellation numbers and flora symbols, I was able to generate a gateway for her to be able to pass through into Neyyah using the Pelska Shrine. That was on Penova Point, I believe. The elder machines there were once manned by many men, enabling her to physically materialise into Neyyah. However, when the Quivilion was sealed, so their power was drained and they were essentially cut off from being able to enter their Philidians and unable to protect them. I've also learned a lot from Auroran. As well as delving into my own research, there was plenty more information I could discover within the halls of the Renaldan Temple, but the High Priests have powerful systems in place to keep guard of vital information related to their work on the Laflomian Temple and bringing Olujay back to Bragnarian. What do you mean Olujay? I thought Olujay was a place. Is the place actually a space station or something? I think it's... or a spaceship. I think it's important that I account in this journal as much as I know so far regarding the history of Olujay and how the betrayal really came to be. From what I'm aware, over the couple or so centuries that have passed since our arrival here on Feamor, the original dwellers of Fazulta welcomed our broken world with open arms. Torn from Bragnarian, our surviving part of the planet somehow passed through a space vortex known as the Tili Bronkana, an experimental force of magic generated by the Banox that became catastrophic and untamed, ripping a hole through time and space. We left behind our devastated planet and were transported into the world of Feamor, protected in a plasma bubble formed by the Tilibranokana, unable to touch the land or oceans beneath. Okay. So what does that mean? Very soon, the people of Fazulta came to Olujay, offering peace and knowledge of their world, healing the wounded, and sharing their own technologies in order for us to start again. Through the use of mysterious magical pearls grown at Feamor, known as Paita, Olujay was able to maintain its crumbling land form from falling into oblivion, as the Tilibronokana's magic started to waver. At the heart of the Ronalda Temple, there sits a Paita so powerful that its energy source keeps the land afloat, or generating a powerful gravitational pull on the land. This Paita is known as Neyyah, and is a symbol of life, strength, and power to Olujay. Neyyah was a gift from the peaceful, good-natured people of Fazulta, Paita forged by their lord and master, Quan-Anovic, who not only was ruler over all Fazulta, but also a very close ally to the Pelskas. He was a mysterious being who defied age and had powers not even the Pelskas could truly fathom. Alongside Quan-Anovic, the Pelskas generated the original pearl form of Paita deep within the oceans of Feamor, and each Pelska controlled the growth of these pearls from 6 different islands, which the Fazultans called Philidians. They became the guardians to the Philidians. Over the years, magnificent mechanisms, cranes, railcarts, etc. had been designed by the people of Fazulta to take the Paitas to the cities on Fazulta and generate power to keep their people protected and thriving, living with respect and love for the Pelska. Upon discovering Olujay, Quan-Anovic wanted to share the power of the Paita, electricity, food sources, anything to enable them to conduct the research they needed, sustaining whatever remained of their homeworld of Bragnarian. The Loplesh was created, a portal which connected the Paita factory of the Blue Philidian, which later became Neyyah, to the heart of the Renaldan Temple on Olujay. Many years continued to pass, all the while the alliance between Fazulta and Olujay strengthened. Upon Olujay, the Paitas were manipulated in various ways to generate all sorts of magical properties, or some Paitas were taken into the Renaldan Temple to help further developments on the Laflomian portal, a gateway being developed by the High Priest of the Temple, magicians in their own right, working alongside a very clever engineer by the name of Smolok's Mehmet. So he's the one that ultimately took over and is the great threat to this world. However, the Fazultan trust in the Ologerian world would only seal their doom. Smolix had been mastering the plans for the Laflomian portal and began to experience what he called the machine breath, visions and communications from a surviving Bannock's leader of Bragnarian called Cahelta Volca. Ah, so that's what that is. For centuries his ancestors coincided with Fazulta. For centuries his ancestors had coincided with Fazulta to form an alliance which kept their world alive, but he believed they could have more. The design of the Laflomian portal wasn't enough, it needed more power. He believed the people of Fazulta knew of power sources which could speed up the activation of the Laflomian portal, enough to send Ologier back to Bragnarian. A betrayal took place. The Ologerians were made to believe that the Fazultans saw Ologier as a threat to their planet, and Kwananovic wanted the technology the Ologerians had been developing. He wanted the Laflomian portal for himself. The people of Fazulta apparently feared that the harvesting of the powerful Paita, which had kept their lands alive for so long, was beginning to fail them. They needed a new world to live in, and the people of Fazulta would do anything to save their people, even if it meant turning their back on the Ologerians. To defend his people, Pholox took it upon himself to create a portal system which he called the Quivilian, connected to a desolate lost realm known as Quilivia, that his father, Nuteshu, had been introduced to by Kwananovic after experimenting with frequencies that could link the Laflomian portal to other worlds in search for their own. It was a barren world, a wasteland, and now the gateway to this world lay at Smolix's fingertips. As the Fazultans marched upon Ologier far below on Fazulta, Smolix stepped up and put himself between Ologier and the marching army of Fazultans. He activated the Quivilian and raised it above his head, holding it as best as he could, fighting against the formidable force emitted from its heart, opening a doorway into Quilivia and sucking all the Fazultians, including the 4 rulers of Fazulta, into the Quivilian. So that's what happened to them. Of course this was all a lie, told over the years, keeping Smolix Mehmet in power as Lord of Ologier, master of the Laflomian portal, the guide who will return Ologier back to the home of Bragnarian. Okay, that isn't what happened then. Over the last while I have delved into enough of Smolix's plans and discovered so much from Aurorian, strengthening my connection with the Pelska line to know what really happened. Smolix ordered the High Priest to entrap the 4 rulers of Fazulta, Bellicane, Unata, Demitai and Tassal into the Quivilian. They were led into the Ronaldo Temple under the false assumption that they were simply inspecting work on the Laflomian portal. What they thought was the portal turned out to be the Quivilian, and they were deceived. Once the 4 rulers were trapped, the Pelska's energy was weakened and they were left vulnerable to the elements of Feamor. They retreated, unable to defend Fazulta. Their power drained from them and they fled into secret safe zones set up in Quan. They had to protect themselves. Smolix took charge of Ologier. He rushed over Fazulta, killing many in his path while capturing a fair few along the way, who he later rounded up in big groups and forced them into the Quivilian. Kranovic fought against Smolix, resisted the Quivilian, and disappeared into the depths of the ocean, never to be seen again. Kron was a title later given to Smolix by Ologier. It meant great vision. Smolix was praised for being a hero, when in fact he had turned his back on the very people who had kept him alive all this time on Feamor. The Quivilian had been used, the Quivilian had been used, the Pelskas had fled, and Fazulta had fallen into the hands of Smolix and Ologier. As years passed, Smolix continued to reign. He equipped the Quivilian at the Ronaldo Temple, right, which I don't think we've ever been to, but we may need to go to. The Pietas began to lose their energy source, and the Neuralia Pieta keeping Ologier together was weakening. One of the High Priests believed what they had done in the past had cursed him and attempted to flee Ologier. His name was Lamalta, and he was going to reopen the Quivilian, set free the priest of Fazulta, and pray for forgiveness. However, in his attempt to open the device, a portal manifested outside of the temple, high above Ologier, and a bright light vaporized Lamalta and pulled the Quivilian into its glowing heart. The Quivilian was lost that day, and Smolix has never been able to find it. Countless search parties were sent out to try and locate Quan, the ancient homeland of the Fazultans, where Kanovic once lived. However, it seemed to have mysteriously vanished. The land was no more, as if it had never existed. Recently, signals erupted from the quiet waters of Feamor, quakes deep underwater, and a strange string of unidentified words sounded in the Ronaldan Temple. Frequencies, voices, alien. Quan had awoken. A ship called the Inceptus Biancana A ship called the Inceptus Biancana was sent to Feamore in search of the signal's location. 2 scientists were sent down, Ivan and Theo, part of the group of workers manufacturing and manipulating the power sources of various sized Paitas. 2 great men who worked for me. Their daughters, Novalia and Erlicia, went with them to aid them in their expedition and to learn about Fazulta. 2 years have passed and we have lost all communication with them. They too have disappeared. But now these signals. Could it be them? Have they found Quan? While Smolix is still the master of Ology, he has dismissed their disappearance and is draining the last of Neuralia's power sources at the heart of Ronaldo Temple to speed up the process of activating the Laflomian portal. Now I await the Old One, a being who will be pulled from our past world of Earth before the plague devastated the planet and the humans were transformed into our old masters. Wait, so that's what happened. We weren't transported through space or dimensions, we were transported through time. Right, so this is actually supposed to be our future in more than 2,000 years' time. I see. The Bannock's dragons. Hang on, let me see that again. Before the plague devastated the planet and the humans were transformed into our old masters, the Bannock's dragons, after suffering the side effects of a vaccine which didn't cure them. Instead, it deformed them and ruined their world. Myself, Smolox, we are the result of their engineering. The Bannocks wanted to replicate their old human selves and created us slaves to the Bannocks, servants of Bragnarian. The Old One is a true human, one with the ability to enter Quan and find the Quivilian, and in doing so freeing the Fazultans once and for all. Why do you assume that I would have this magical power just because I'm from the past? While the work continues in my fight to bring Smolix to justice, I also have to make sure work continues on Neyyah. Hang on, are you bringing him to justice? It feels like... I mean, I'm not saying taking him out of the picture isn't a good thing, sorry. I'm not saying that isn't a good thing, because it seems like he has caused a lot of trouble and will continue to do so, but that's not the same as justice. While work continues in my fight to bring Smolix to justice, I also have to make sure work continues on Neyyah to help bring a better world to Ology, even once the Fazultans have returned to reclaim their world, their Philidians. The Philidsu plants are so precious, their roots could be the link between Ology and Fazulta, a new way to establish a connection between our worlds, to establish peace and community. I do fear that some of the Fazultan plants aren't receiving the right nutrients needed with the current setups at the Philidsu Dome, or look into acquiring some solution pumps from Ology, which are used on the gardens at the Ronaldo Temple. Once a week, mechanisms could be set up to spray the Philidsu plants. I've tried to make more regular trips to the dome, and that presumably corresponds to the chemicals we were reading the list of earlier. I've tried to make more regular trips to the dome, but very recently Smolix has been calling me back to Ology to deal with training assistants and their learning programs, changing this and changing that. Some of it makes no sense, and I feel it's only a distraction. I feel he's trying to steer me away from Neyyah. It was only the other day I noticed 2 of my young students have not returned. Ever since Smolix started spot checks and bringing students to his office, what is Smolix up to? If my main avenues of leaving Neyyah were blocked off, then I would need an emergency escape plan. An orange cooler Pieta is required for the Mayorta gas system I've set up at the Lodvik Tower. We went to the Lodvik Tower, and they didn't seem to want to accept the Mayorta gas Pieta. Sorry, the Mayorta Pieta. To keep it protected, I've used a unique red paste coating which needs to be taken off before I can use it. This can be done easily with some good old-fashioned Fazultan cleansing. The Peyote clan will be my side in this task, I know it. We already did that, so this is the one he's talking about. It was the shielded Pieta. The old one should arrive soon. I must get everything ready at the Sky Chamber as Aurora requested. In the name of Fazulta, this work has to... Okay. And then he stopped there, mid-sentence. Hang on. Just to double check, that wasn't a case where I'm supposed to use salt, was it? Because they have invisible ink that can be revealed with salt. Yeah, there's no sign that I need to use salt here. That's fine then. Rightio. What does the guide suggest we do next? I can go back to the Lodvik Tower. Okay, return to Neyyah Pools. heater chambers, Zypherfish, and then the passing, and all 4 endings. I'm guessing one of the endings is you mess up trapping Smolox and he takes over or something, or he's already in control. His position becomes unchallengeable. I mean, I suppose the best possible ending would be both trapping Smolox and bringing the Fizzletons back. Probably. We don't know that for certain. I'll never forget that time that I was playing Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic on stream, and one of the main themes was about that corporation that was stripping worlds of their resources and exploiting the indigenous populations, and they'd apparently this corporation had apparently moved in on the Wookiee homeworld, Kashyyyk, and they were destroying it there. And so the whole point, like this whole big that they had this whole well, they had this motif going throughout the game of the corporation destroys and is heartless, and they specifically had this subplot on Kashyyyk about the poor Wookiees and what they're going through. And then I was basically given the choice to try and help the Wookiees to drive the corporation, which, you know, meant the personnel that worked for the corporation, off of Kashyyyk. And when I did help them, because it seemed like the good thing to do, they just massacred them, like down to the last man, woman and child. And it was like, oh my goodness, that is not what I had intended. And so, to be honest, that's my concern. The poor Fizzletons have been exiled from their homeworld for centuries, it sounds like. It seems like they're not very happy about this, given that they've been trying to teleport people in, like Mason, to try and assassinate Smolox, wasn't it? I'm concerned that even if I bring these people back, even though they have every right to be here, and even though that is, you know, seems like the moral thing to do, I am worried about whether they will be sufficiently peaceful. Because I don't really want to have a massacre on my hands. Blood on my hands, as it were. Hang on, what was I doing? So I've made it back to the central point. Neyyah pools, that was it. Go to the heater chamber. Okay. So there's something to do in the heater chamber. That's where our attention needs to be next. I really, incidentally, even though that's not what I wanted... Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the subscription. I really do appreciate that, genuinely. Like, I know I struggle with emoting, but like, that really is a lovely thing. Thank you so much. Thanks for the cozy stream. I mean, I do my best. I know I'm not very good, but I do my best. Thank you. Oh, what was I gonna say? Yeah, even though I was kind of annoyed at the time when I was playing Knights of the Old Republic about how that whole Wookiee situation had gone, I really did like the grey morality of it all. Or like, I don't even quite mean grey morality, well, it sort of is. Because, you know, the good guys ended up doing something, notionally what were being presented as the good guys, and they sort of were, ended up doing great evil. But it was also just like the sense of like, yeah, you could actually see that happening. That actually makes sense, even though it's not nice to think about. That was something that Knights of the Old Republic did really well. And I really appreciate it, and I'm calling it out because not many games do that. I'm feeling so dumb. Is this the same place? I swear, I thought there were 2 ladders up. Oh, there are. Okay. So, do I do something here? Is that where my attention is needed now? Heater servers must be powered. Tron account must be entered. We've done all that. Lodvik connection. Heater servers, Lodvik tower, Neyyah heater chamber. I mean, oh look, a flower. I mean, what even remains? Oops. Like, I'm just thinking, what can I even interact with here? I believe this is the heater chamber. What in the vicinity can I interact with? Right, I don't think I need to do anything else here. I could be wrong. I don't think I do. Up here. Is this the thing? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna check the guide again. What specifically is my purpose here? No fish yet. Go around and go. Oh, okay. Go up and you'll see. Go up the ladder and you'll see the Neyyah is now in the heating chamber. But there are no Zypherfid to deliver electromagnetic charge. Oh, is that what we need them for? I knew they were like electric eels because they were talking about how that was causing problems with the Payita harvest. I think it was something like that. Sorry, I've got too much on this desk and I'm just trying to get it all to balance. There we go. If I want to get the Zypherfish in, then presumably I need to... presumably I need... to do something at Scarlatti Towers. Sorry, my brain was running slowly there. I was trying to remember the name of the place. Turn right and walk to the Lodvik Tower. So the Lodvik Tower is next. Okay. So the guide asking me to go into that room, that was purely so that I could notice something. I think in the centre there must be the Neyyah, although I can't really make it out myself. Fair enough. Alright, back to the Lodvik Tower. Which I believe is just over here. Oh, wrong way. No. Okay, so this is where I went before. Those are the different islands. But the question is, how do I use the... Oh, this will let me in now. Was I just being dumb last time? I swear I tried to come in here and couldn't figure it out. Okay, so I came here ages ago with the Mayorta Paita because that's where I thought it was used, and it looks like I was correct. I mean, I may have been trying to use it too early. Ah, this'll be it. I don't know what this thing does. Maybe it'll transport in some Zaffle fish. Who knows? Okay, it's not having it. Sensors inactive. Electromagnetic charge required. Okay. Is that to do with the Zypher fish? What have we got here? Mayorta gas system activation console. Awaiting transportation tower signal transfer. Waiting transportation tower signal transfer. That's probably what I need to do next, but I don't know how. I don't know where the transportation towers are. Okay. Let's have a quick look then. So where do I go now? Or have I skipped a step or something? Alright, so we go up the top. Go to the machine. They aren't active yet because an electromagnetic pulse is required. Did you put the peyote in yet? No, you didn't, but I have. Go down, go across the scaffolding, the outer ring to the inner ring surrounded by the heater chamber. See a console. Oh, there's another console that I've apparently missed. Okay, fine. Let's see what that does. I'm a little concerned about the ending. I'd like to choose my own ending without like looking up what all the endings are in the guide. But with how the game's been going so far, I'm not sure if I'll have enough information to be able to do that. Like, I feel like most of the endings are going to be, did you remember to do all the steps? And if you missed out any of the steps, what could go wrong? But the problem is, I've been struggling to understand what all the steps are as it is. Like, so often I'll complete a puzzle and not know what the result of that is and what I do next. I'm concerned the same is going to be true about the end of the game. I mean, I'm supposed to trap Smolax, right? I'm supposed to put a spore in some location for Aurorian to be able to perform some sort of transportation. That's about it. Is this the thing? No, I can't seem to approach, so probably not. They said something about an outer ring and an inner ring. Hold on, which one did they say needed to be between? Was it the blue and the green? Was the blue... Ooh, blue and the something. Wow, I don't see anything there. Or anything here. Alright, let's have a quick look again. What were the instructions? Bring the blue and the green to leader portals. Go across the scaffolding and the outer ring to the inner ring surrounding the heater chamber. Hang on, is there somewhere I can walk that I didn't even know I could walk? That's what it's sounding like. If I move in here... Ah, I see. I can walk around here. Ah. Oh, and there's the thing. There's the thing I was asked to find. Or the guide referred to. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this before. I don't think I knew this was here. What happened to my pay-eater case? I haven't used it in so long. There it is. Last pay-eater. This is progress. Goodness, our last pay-eater. What a journey we've been on. Plasma shield, Neyyah heater chamber. The Neyyah plant must be protected and nurtured at all costs to make sure potent Neyyah spores are grown on every Neyyah site. Unfortunately, a species of fish known as Zyphal fish seem to populate the Neyyah heater chamber with a hunger for the spores. A plasma shield has been set up on the outside of the chambers to prevent the fish from entering the pool when the spores are being harvested. Okay. It just says active. I don't seem to be able to change that. I mean, that clarifies the situation. So currently they're being kept out, and I need to make sure they're not being kept out. Oh, there's a button on top. Okay. I feel dumb now. So has that done the trick? It's still highlighting it, but when I click on it, nothing happens. Oh, well, let's go in and see if we can now see lots of little fishies floating about. Yay! The Zyphal fish have made it. I thought they were going to be up the top. I didn't realise they were going to be down here. Oh well. Back to the Lodvik Tower then. Now the fish are there. The sensors should work. So what's this actually gonna do? Didn't they say the Neyyahs are already in the heater chamber? I still am not 100% sure on what the Neyyah is. Didn't they say it was like to harvest spores or something? But why am I doing all this? What's the point? Oh, to cause... Because Smolox will get a signal telling him that the harvest is happening, and then he'll come to... He'll make his way to... the Jalood in... Oh, what's it called? Near Galorfiak Mines, the lab HQ. Is that right? Or have I completely misunderstood? Bunker teleportation system console activated. Important. Neyyah spore required for completing successful teleportation. Okay. Do I put it in the center here? Is that... I thought I had to put it in the... in some sort of shrine. Is that not the case? Sensors active. Okay. Okay. Right. Back up Panovia Point. Right, okay. So that's our next stop. Panovia Point. Maybe Smolox gets trapped no matter what. Maybe it's like impossible to not successfully trap him. but then the game branches at that point. Right, so if they're going to Panovia Point, they're almost certainly depositing the spore at the shrine for Orion. Let me check my map. I need to know which teleport to go through to get to Panovia Point, because I don't have it memorized. Panovia Point Blue. Okay, that's easy enough. Oh, I see it. It's just over there. Wonderful. Now, I'll be honest. I know the rough location of the shrine, but I don't remember exactly what the shrine was. Like, I don't remember what it looked like. But I know it's down here somewhere. Oh, blimey. A toad! I wonder if those are the toads they get the so-called toad cheese from. Because, of course, Vermeer's wife, Taliva, made a passing reference to toad cheese that was never explained. Now, is this the shrine? Oh, hello. Orion?
Whether free will is preserved, or fate foretold is stored, your choice is the fulcrum on which the fate of the world is balanced. The difference between peace and violence sways the scales. Choose wisely, old one.
Oh, that's why they call me Old One, because I'm from a long time ago. They pulled me forwards through time. Can I go backwards? That's actually a good point. I mean, like in the real world, there are theoretically ways you could like travel forwards through time, meaning you could set up a situation where you are aging at a much slower rate than the rest of the world around you, like using various various effects in special relativity. But you can't go backwards. Have they pulled me forwards and now I'm just stuck here? Right, do I just drop the spore in here? Nope. Where's the shrine? Is that the shrine here? Well, the game doesn't want to let me go in that direction, so probably not. Hang on, is the shrine in here? If it were, I don't know how to get in there. I feel a bit silly to use the guide again at this point. But I quite literally have no idea what the shrine actually is. I know it should be in this vicinity. But I can't seem to approach or interact with anything which looks like it could be a shrine. Okay, I'm gonna have to check, unfortunately. Work wrapped up for the day. Now I sit for 20 minutes to punch out. How goes it? Welcome back, Beamer. We're approaching the end of the game. Progress has been made. I've had to, as usual, I've ended up relying on the guide slightly more than I'd like, but that's the shrine, is it? Old bunker. Shrine, but that doesn't look like that. Save the game here if you want to play all 4 endings. The passing and ending 1. Wait, so am I already locked into an ending because I've spoken to Aurorian? Out of curiosity, when was my last... when was my last save? Oh, not that long ago. Okay. That's fine. Zoom in on the console. Which console? I will have a closer look for a console. Still, I'm glad work's over, Beamer. Hopefully you can relax for the rest of the day. I'm feeling so dumb. Where is this console? I don't see it. Turn to the left and zoom in on the console. Okay. To the left. Ah, there it is. There's two of them. Presumably they do different things. Okay, yeah. This is on me. I was being blind. Ah, do I put the spore in there? Oh. I'm back up for work in about 12 hours. Oh, Beamer. Oh, 4231. Alright, I can do that. 4, 2, 3. Hang on. Back to the start. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 1. Right, that didn't work. That's fine. I didn't know if that would work. Let me check what the answer actually should be. It actually should be, where are the plants? That's not the one. Which one's the one? I've got a book with that. There it is. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's that one. That one. So question mark. Daisy. 4, 2. Leaf. Bundle of leaves. So question mark. Daisy. Leaf, bundle of leaves. Question mark. Daisy. Leaf. Bundle of leaves. Got it? And now you want me to enter it again using the other number system. This is actually going to be easier because I have that written down. I didn't bother with the plant symbols because they were more complicated. And I had a book that told me them anyway. Hang on. 4, 2, 3, 1. Well, that was easier because those actually were in order. Bunker teleportation system activated. Cradle awaiting spore. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. So now I just need to work out what the cradle is. Is this the cradle? It is. Hopefully I've made the right choice.
The passing has begun, and the barrier has been lifted. An alarm has been sent to the Ronaldo Temple on Ulajay. Smolax now has access to Neyyah, and thanks to the news device, he will arrive in the bunker shortly. Thank you for what you've done. My people now have a chance to bring new life to Fizzletop. To Neyyah.
I hope that was the right choice. Oh, he's going to the old bunker. Okay. Now what do I do? Hang on. I mean, since we're here, it would be rude not to peek through the window, wouldn't it?
Why won't you work? Come on! Come on! Who do we have here? Did Vermeer put you up to this? That man. He never ceases to amaze me. Karelta Volker lives. Do you hear his call? Like I do. His machine, breath, beckons to us through the Laflomian portal to Bragnarian, our true home. Your home. The Fazoltians were greedy. They would have drained us dry. I sacrificed their civilization to protect your bloodline. Being of the Benoxy bloodline, you must feel something. Earth and Bragnarian. The same. In time, your kind will become the most magnificent creatures ever to have lived. My masters.
Teleportation.
How did he know we were a human?
Teleportation. So Vermeer must have discovered the whereabouts of the the fool! You must stop him! The Quillivian cannot be reopened! It must be destroyed! In Karelta Volker's name, I hope you burn! You and the filth you will unleash! No! No!
Well then. I wasn't expecting the game to keep going. Is there anything else to do? I guess I can head back to the Ashka pools, and I can check by that machine that wouldn't work before and see if anything's changed there in the Lodvik Tower. If not, I'll probably have to check in the guide again to see what the situation is. It's possible that the game doesn't have like a proper ending cinematic and that's it. That'd be slightly disappointing. No, surely not. They're gonna have credits, right? Surely they're gonna have credits. Okay. Does this do something now? No. Okay. I'm gonna have to look this up then. What do we do now? Did that. Okay. So, oh, this is just ending one. Smolix is no longer a threat, but your work here in the area isn't finished yet. You still need to find the secret portal. Keep in mind the remaining clues and consoles, they're connected. The signal towers at Panova Point and the Galorfiak mines, the Miota gas plant activation console and logic tower, the Volk cabinets and Galorfiak mines and the Scarlatti towers. Start with the old meeting hall signal tower because the cameras are active. The signal towers can now receive their signals. Solve this puzzle, you need to combine 3 clues. The colour sequence on the note of the Volk console tower and the colours and circular symbols of the Taliti towers as portals. You found this paper with the colour sequence earlier, which is also a sequence you saw in the Delude when you arrived on Falitto Island. You've also see the sun symbol times 4. Okay, fair enough. So that's where I'm going next, I take it? The old meeting hall, which we did actually just pass through to get here. Ah, is the secret portal also the same portal that the Philidians can use? That the Philidians can use to come back via. Is that the right way? I don't think it is. I think we want the blue one. Okay. Uh-oh. Up here. Up here. So why can they receive signals now when they couldn't before? What would have... If I'd been more observant, what would have drawn me here? Nope. This doesn't seem to have done anything. Oh, that one. Okay. I'm in the wrong tower. Okay, that's fine. Let's turn around and go in the correct tower then. Oh, hang on. That's how I get down. So maybe when I said I've done everything here before, I was incorrect. Because I remember when we went to the other tower, we couldn't seem to do anything. Maybe I hadn't done anything there other than insert a Payita. Never did establish how it was that these individuals were ruling for centuries without aging. Are their years much shorter than ours, or are they much longer lived creatures? Or something else? Alright. I've already done that. I'm gonna need more of a hint. What am I doing? So I'm in the tower. Now what? is a different one. Enter the signal tower and take the elevator up. At the top, go to the console. Zoom in and click on the handle on the latch. Is that what I'm missing? Is there... Ah, that. Right. Got it. I can solve this. So, we got those colours earlier in that particular sequence, didn't we? Which I hope I wrote down. Red, cyan, green, yellow. Right, let me match that against the map I've made, which tells me the different islands. So, what one was first? Red. Red corresponds to Falitsu Island, and it's a full circle. Next, we have... There's actually not many possibilities here, is there? There's only 256, I think? So it wouldn't take long to brute force if one were to, if one was so minded. But that's not what I'm going to do. Next one's cyan. Or blue, I suppose. That's the closest. That's Pinova Point. That's that symbol. Next it should be green, which is Scarlatti Towers, which is that one. Well then by the process of elimination it has to be that one, which doesn't work. I don't get it. The sequence was red, cyan, green, yellow. I'm sure of that. Well, okay. Maybe not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure. Because that's what I have written down. And I've just entered the symbols correctly. But it doesn't like it. Alright. Pity to do this. But let's see what the guide says. Oops. Okay. In the Bannock system at Lab HQ, you've seen which symbol corresponds to which colour. Are they not... Hang on. Are they not using the same colours as the portals themselves? Green... No, they appear to be. Yeah, it's the same as the portals themselves. Now first put the colours in the correct order, then place the correct symbols above the colours. Oh! Sorry, I didn't realise. I was expecting these to turn green or something. Oh, I hadn't entered the full combination. I had the right idea, I hadn't entered the full combination. Right. That was really dumb. That was really dumb because the first symbol, top and bottom, you don't change. The second symbol, you advance it by 1 at the top and advance it by 1 on the bottom. Third symbol, you advance it by 2 at the top and 2 on the bottom. Fourth symbol, you advance it by 3 at the top and 3 on the bottom. That is, it's basically the sequence 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, signal status. Destination Olije Jalud docking station. Connection error. Unable to retrieve signal from Lab HQ portal. Jalud signal lost. Access settings. Okay. Destination Olije Jalud docking station. Connection successful. 1 of 2 signal transmissions received at Lodvik Tower. Transportation type classified. Alright. Where am I expected to be next? These signals are now going to the Lodvik Tower at the Neyyah pools. They're going to, not from. Click exit and zoom out. Turn around and step onto the elevator platform. Press the button to go down. Walk on the scaffolding to the roof. To the elevator on the roof of the old meeting hall. Yeah, go down. Go to the outside. Right. Go with the jet and through the tunnel at the port. Click the button and click inside the portal. Right. Then Galorfiak Mines. Alright, they want me back at the Lab HQ. That's the next location. So let's go there and see if I can figure out what needs to be done. Down we go. I only just realised that we're sort of standing in a kind of well when we, because there's like low walls in a circular shape around us when we use that particular elevator. Maybe there is an opening on one side or something. I'm gonna try a shortcut. Let's see if I remember this correctly. Because it's always possible I don't. My recollection, possibly erroneously, is that there's a shortcut here. Yes! Right, so then I can go straight back to Glorific Mines from here. That was good. Right, back to the lab. We never did use that floaty thing, did we? In here. Yeah, it's still here. Okay, up we go. I wonder, does that emergency transmission actually still reflect what's going on now? Smarlix will come to Neyyah. You must be prepared once activating the bunker teleportation system. Secret portal. Right, so this is still what we're working towards. But he's on Ology. So Vermeer is still waiting for us on Ology, if I understand correctly. Marx Brothers' last film as a group was Love Happy. Interesting, didn't know that. Oh look, that was the same symbol. Hang on, let me go back a bit. That was the same symbol that we saw at the old guard tower, I think. Was it the old guard tower? I certainly remember that, like, animal head looking thing. Animal skull looking thing. What am I looking for? I don't know. Nope, I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for. Let's have a look. So we did all that. Hang on, did I skip something? Yes. Walk through the tunnel, you'll come to a signal tower. Oh! This is a different place. Hold on. Okay, I wasn't supposed to go back to the lab HQ. I think I remember where that is now. Down we go. There's two ways you can get there. And I've forgotten one of the ways. I remember the quick way. The shortcut we unlocked after we'd been there once. And that's the same path they're using. I don't remember what the long way there was. Oh well. Doesn't matter particularly. Here we go. Or am I mistaken? Do you know, I'm not sure this is where I thought it was. Well, we got here one way or another, and we've clearly been here before. Okay. Alright. I can do that. Hang on. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4 again, is it? Not all the camera signals are there. 1, 2, 3, 4. It was 1, 2, 3, 4. One of two signal transmissions received at Lodvik Tower. Transportation type classified. Okay. Well, that's progress. Oh, they still don't have a camera signal there either, so that wasn't my mistake. Back at the Eshka Pools, head to the Lodvik Tower. Another one of those things? Okay. Fair enough, I can do that. Not a problem. I find it odd that it keeps saying one of two signal towers. Have I failed to do something that I should have done? I assumed when I read that before, that was because I'd only filled in the colours on one of those consoles. But now I've done it twice and it still says 1 of 2. So that's presumably not what's being counted. Okay. Back to the Lodvik Tower. Which is hopefully right there. In we go. Right, Right, do I have to go up into the gas mask area, or is the console we're looking for closer than that? I don't see a console closer than that, so presumably I do need to go up? Presumably. Up we go. Okay. Here? Here. Press to activate. Neyyah gas system activation console. Location of Neyyah gas portal classified. Is it in this room? I think it is. I think it's just to our left. Over here? It worked. Yes. I was expecting more. Fair enough. Alright, I need to figure out... I don't think I have... This is going to be the same symbols over again, but... Sorry, it's going to be the same islands over again, but a different set of symbols for them. And annoyingly, I don't think I have that. Lafayette Mines. I'm just going through my... So what that symbol actually represents is the sun moving through the sky. You'll note how all the islands are at different times of day. That's what that is. The problem is I don't know the time of day for all the islands. There's not actually that many combinations though. Because they can't be the same. So if there's one of them there's 4 combinations, 2 of them there's 12, 3 of them there's 24. Is that right? So if I just had one of these to pick, it would be 4. If it was 2 of them, it would be 3 possibilities for this, 4 for that, so 12. Then this one would add 2 more possibilities. Am I doing that right? Oh, but it's going to be like... It's going to be slightly worse than that. Is it going to be 4 times that? Is it 4 times 24? That doesn't sound right. First one, I have 4 possibilities. Second one, that I'm constrained to 3. Then I'm constrained to 2. Then that determines what the last one has to be. Yeah, I don't think there's many combinations at all. No, but they thought of that. Right. That would only work if I knew what all the symbols were, because there's more than 4 symbols. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 7. Ah, okay, that's clever. That means there's more combinations than there otherwise would be. Alright, how am I going to get the times of day for all of them? It's a very good question. I know one of them. Don't I? Do I? No, I don't think I even technically know one of them. I know what one of the symbols is. Of the 6 possible ones, there's going to be 4 symbols out of 6, and I know what one of them is. But I don't know which island it corresponds to, which isn't much help. So that doesn't narrow it down much at all. Fine. Is it in any of our journals? Not in that one. Oh, there's the 4231 again. Nope. No help there. I highly doubt it's in this one, but I may as well check. Yep, no luck there. Nope, nothing there. Nope. No luck there. And the last one. Oh, right, okay, it's not in the journals, the information I need. I may as well check what the guide says, because the guide probably tells me where you would get that information, rather than searching the entire game. You saw one of these symbols in the vault cabinet in the harbour zone. Okay, now to go back to all 4 vault cabinets if the sun symbol is there. Click exit and zoom out. Turn right and go to the ladder in the floor. Downstairs, go to the elevator entrance, press the button and go down. What's a Volk cabinet? So they're on Galorifac. Okay, fine. I think I get the idea. This isn't too bad. Because the Neyyah pools where we are right now has portals to all 4 locations that we need to get the symbol for, so and apparently the symbol will be on will be somewhere in each of those 4 locations. Is this Galorifac mine? Yeah. Okay, next question is, how do I get back to that beach they were on? Because I do not remember how to do that. I do not find navigation the easiest thing sometimes in this game. Oh, hang on. This is where we just were. I got turned about. I don't want to go up there. Wait, is this the same place? Ah, it is. Am I going mad? I swear there was another exit from here. Here? Oh, we may as well find out what that says since we're here. Shaft, wonderful. Alrighty. Let's try going a different way then. Through here? This looks promising. Oh, this looks very promising. Oh, can I not get down there? Okay. The beach is where I wanted to be. Oh, I remember this place. There's the chair there that reverses the transformation if they catch it early enough. Good, 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 good. Can I leave from here? Does this take me to the beach? No. Maybe I don't remember this area so well then. Through here? Yes! Okay. Is this the thing? That's curious. That is a fairly large number, I think 24? Why would they be storing that along with the island name? And are the two island names, or are the two symbols here the same? Yes, that is correct. Alright. Well, that's one of the symbols. We now know what that is. What number is that? I'm pretty sure that's a 4. That's a 2-4, right? Yeah, that is a 2-4. That's a 24. Why 24? Well, I've written it down anyway. Right, that's one of 4. Is there a shortcut back? Maybe not. We got what we came for. Presumably there's going to be a structure like that on all of the islands. And that's all we need to find. So, back the way we came. Hold on. I'm gonna write down the order of the islands as well, so I don't have to keep looking it up. In terms of that code, I mean. Red is first. Okay. Red, blue, green, yellow. I already had that written in my notes, but I've moved it to this. I've made a copy of it on the same page as the map. That'll save just a little time. Since the map has all the other information. The map has like a lot of metadata because we know that the we know that they have like, what is it, like 4 different sets of symbols to describe the same islands. It's a very redundant system, but still. Right, I think I know where I can find the next one, but I may be mistaken. That is the... I think I know where I can find the symbol for Falitsu Island. Because I remember that picnic area from earlier, and I'm suspicious that that held the information we needed. Alrighty then, hop in the cart. Wonderful, through we go. Look at us go. Why do they stop us here? What's the point? Now, it's not like there could be traffic coming the other way, because if there was, it could do nothing but reverse. You know, it's not like this is where 2 tracks cross, and so as to stop us at the other something going in the other direction can go the other way. That's clearly not what's going on here. I just realised we were told that one of these symbols was in the harbour, weren't we? Which island does that correspond to? I am out of luck. Okay. Well, at least I can... Maybe the harbour does actually correspond to Falitsu Island. Not here, because I just checked at the picnic spot and it didn't have the information I was hoping for. Alright, let's jump back to... back to here. And I'll make my way to the harbour instead. Seems like a plan. Even if the harbour does have the symbols for Falitsu Island, I don't know what I'm going to do about Penorvia Point or Scarliti Towers. At least Scarliti Towers is small though, actually. Frankly, at that point, I could guess the other one. Because there would only be 3 possibilities. Oh, hang on, I didn't mean to go back all this way. I only meant to go back part of the way. Okay. Through here. Of course, I don't know why we had that random number 24. If they all have some random number associated with them, I don't actually mean random as in some arbitrary number, some number I don't know the significance of. If I need that later, then guessing one of the symbols may not be a great strategy. They said we'd seen one of the symbols at the harbour area. Well, we're at the harbour area. Oops. This is the harbour area. I see the teleport has stopped working. Over here, I don't know what change we made that did that. But something, clearly. I think I just remembered possibly where I saw it. But since I'm right here, anyway... It's not in here, is it? No, I think I remember where we may have seen the symbol we needed, but that was ages ago. I think It may have been over here? I thought there was something we could interact with over here that did something. Ah! Ha ha ha! Yes! This is it! And it's got another one of those numbers. Okay. This is for Falitzo Island because that's the symbol. Good. Right, what number is that? That's 30. So 24 and 30. So they're not sequential. So yeah, I am going to have to find all of them. I'm not going to get away with just... It doesn't look like I'll be able to get away with... getting 3 of them and then guessing the other. Oh well. This is still progress. So we're halfway there. So the issue is that there's 2 symbols for every island and apparently also a number associated with it. I have one of the symbols. For this particular puzzle, I have one of the symbols but not the other. And so I can find these little signs that have all three pieces of information together, and I can say, well, that's the symbol for the island that I know, so the other one must be the one I don't know for the same island. And that also gives me the number. And my point is, if I know what... there's 4 islands in total. If I know the symbol, if I know the alternate symbol, the symbols are currently unknown, for 3 of them, I can guess the 4th one pretty easily, because there's not many possibilities. But that wouldn't give me the number. I'd then be guessing what the number is, and I don't know if I need the number. I don't know if that's going to come up again. I mean, presumably yes. Where's this? Is that Scarlatti Towers? Yeah, I think it is. Okay. I really haven't a clue where the information I need is. So we're just going to have a bit of an explore around, see what we can find. But as I say, the nice thing about Scarlatti Towers is it's actually really quite a small area. So it shouldn't take me very long at all to look at everything. If that's what it comes down to. Okay, I can't use that. I still don't really know what Neyyah is. I don't know what one looks like. Oh well. I remember there was something we couldn't open over here as well. Yeah, we could open this thing could be opened. And there was something over here that we were never able to get through. This looks like the thing. I don't know why it works now, but this is the thing. I still don't know what any of the words mean, except for Jalood. Oh my goodness. That doesn't surprise me, but... yeah, it does. It's not too encouraging, is it? That looks like 23. So what have I got? I've got 24, 23 and 30. That's a misread one and it's supposed to be 20. No, I'm pretty sure that's right. Okay. Well, I'm pretty happy with that. Given that I hadn't the slightest clue where we were going to find the relevant information in Scarlatti Towers, we did actually find it pretty quickly. And to be fair, although Pinorvia Point's a bit larger, it's not that much larger. This is the one, isn't it? Actually, I think I remember somewhere in Pinorvia Point where there was a little cabinet we couldn't open. I hope I'm right, because that'll probably be it if it is. Wasn't there something down here that we couldn't open? Have I made that up? Maybe we did open it. No, this is it. Oh, well, blimey. Wait, the same symbol? They've used a duplicate symbol. That would have really thrown me off. I wouldn't have guessed that. And 23 again. No, 30. Hang on, no, that's 32. That's the other way round. Huzzah! I think we've got it. As long as I didn't copy anything down inaccurately, we've got all the information we need. And frankly, if I did copy something down inaccurately, now we know where all the information's stored, it wouldn't exactly take us long to double check it. Doing the scavenger hunt to find where the relevant information was stored is obviously a lot more time consuming than just going back there now we know. Hang on. Hang on, I don't want to be here. Or do I? No, I do want to be here. Sorry. I was just thinking, haven't I already done this area? But no, that was right. We end up... We've done some stuff here, but not everything. This is where I want to be. Wonderful. Okay. This isn't the thing, is it? No, this is not the thing. It's the other one to our left. Is this it? Yes. Right, red. That's that one. Blue. That is this one. Green. That is also this one. Which makes it this one. Yes! Mealta gas system. Laser cap unlocked. Portal activation imminent. So this must be the secret portal. Yes! Oh, okay, we've just been sucked in. Is this J? No, this still looks like Fazulta. I notice I can't turn around here. I think the devs only bothered to render this place from one angle. Probably because they didn't want to bother putting interesting sea features. They probably didn't want endless ocean, nor did they want to put interesting things in for one little sequence here. I think this is probably the portal to J, and the portal we just went through was just a portal to here. Although you do have to wonder where that pipe goes to. It suggests maybe we could have seen this place from afar previously. Like maybe this is one of those places you could see off in the distance. I'm not sure. J? I mean, it looks new. It looks different. I don't recognise it as yet. Have we done it? Have we won? Yes!
In the name of Fazalta, you have saved J. You've brought renewed hope to my people and washed away a hideous sickness.
Well, watch what fills that vacuum.
After all the suffering it's caused, the Laflomian portal deserves to rust away into nothing.
It's not the
I
Laflomian
vow
portal's fault.
that our home will never again fall prey to the filthy hands of Cahelta Volca.
You don't have that power.
With Smolax banished, we can work towards a free and happy future. Come on. Let's power up the portal.
Is this the portal that's gonna let the Fazulta, Falaudians back?
Do you want to go home? The Quilivion may be within our reach. Let's liberate the Fazaltians. Let's bring them back to Neyyah.
Sounds like a plan. Goodness. And I'm guessing they ended it like that in order to have a sequel? Blimey. So we did it! We finished the game. Well, I mean, this is usually where I would be giving my review of the game I've played. So, I mean, what did I think of it? Very, very mixed. Very, very mixed. There's some stuff they did excellently. And some stuff I was not so impressed by. I think overall this was one of the most This was the most confusing Mist-like game I've ever played. I feel like it was. I genuinely had a lot of trouble just understanding where I was supposed to be next. Like the total game world, it was beautiful, by the way, very well done. Even though it was a bit low resolution in places, like I didn't care. Like it gave Mist vibes. Maybe I don't know. I think it was a very nice design choice, and I think the renders were beautiful. But it was a big world. It was a big world, lots of places where things could change, and I really didn't like I push a button here and then I have to go halfway across the world to press another button somewhere else when there was nothing linking me between those locations. Like there was nothing to make me think, oh, this place is next. They either should have signposted where you needed to go next very, very clearly. Or they should have... What is it? Yellow paint they call it these days? They either should have done that, or better, They should have made the areas much more self-contained. It's something about the original, like Mist and Riven, that I never really fully appreciated before. That's the thing that this game has really done. It is, by contrast to Mist and Riven, it has really made me appreciate that aspect of game design a lot more. It's made me ask questions that I probably otherwise wouldn't have asked, and realise things I perhaps otherwise wouldn't have thought of. Like, Mist and Riven, especially Mist, but both of them to an extent, did a really good job of making puzzles quite self-contained. Like, yeah, you did have the phenomena that you change one thing in one place and then you had to go, and you wouldn't necessarily know what it was changing. But without exception, I think it was changing things that were really nearby, like stuff you would notice. It didn't. If you pulled a lever in Mist or Riven and you didn't know what it did, it was likely to be really obvious what it did, is what I'm getting at. Like, you would immediately see the change, or you would turn around, go around a corner, and you would see the change. Like, it was hard to miss things, which this game didn't do. In the few cases where you were expected to do things in remote places in Mist or Riven, I seem to remember they signposted it really, really well. You know, you weren't likely to be confused by what changed what else. Off the top of my head, anyway. Think about the design of the original Mist, not even Riven. The way that actually the game... Yes, you need to complete all the individual areas to finish the game, but they did it as a sort of collectathon. You were picking up the pages. You need to pick up every page to be able to complete the game, but that's how they tied the areas together. Every single area was completely self-contained, and you only had to complete the puzzles in the area in order to get the missing pages from the books. So it's not like if you did something on Riverwood. Was it Riverwood? There was Stone Ship. I've forgotten a lot of the names. I think it was Riverwood. It's not like if you changed something on Riverwood, it would change something on Stone Ship or on, or even on Mist Island. Channel Wood, thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know. It's not that I think this game was perfect in every other regard, but that's one of the areas I think it really fell down hard, unfortunately. I must say, even though I kind of feel bad about using a guide, because it feels like cheating, I had the most fun playing this game, I think, tonight. When I would look at the guide, I would see what the next location is, I would go there, and then I would solve a bunch of the puzzles until I reached a dead end. Then I'd go back to the guide, and I'd go down and be like, yep, did that, then see what the next location was. Like, if they insisted upon doing the game the way they have, then I think just having some sort of help like that, if the game had its own in-game help system, and all it did was just tell you, right, you need to be in this area next. In some cases that might be an entire island, like Skeleti Towers, or for the bigger areas you might want to be a bit more specific. But if you just did that, it would help so much. So that's, unfortunately, that's probably the biggest thing where I think it fell down. Just the number of times I was lost. I just didn't know where to go next. The other thing that I would say was really quite bad was just the frequency with which they threw nonsense words at you. You know, they invented their own vocabulary, and it's a thing that Mist and Riven did, but it never bothered me in those games, and that's what I mean by it's making me ask questions that I never would have asked otherwise. Why is it that it bothered me a lot in this game, and it really did, and it didn't in Mist and Riven? And I think it's because Mist and Riven was actually really quite conservative in the amount of new vocabulary it introduced. It tended, you know, there were actually not that many new words it introduced. And when it did introduce them, it usually, often it was like proper nouns for things that you were actually interacting with. or at the very least, they made it really quite obvious what it was. Great example of this would be Linking Book. Once you arrive on Mist Island, when you start the game for the first time, it won't be long before you find references to linking books, but you don't know what they are. But here's the thing, the name itself sort of gives you some sort of sense. It's going to be a book, and in some way it connects things. As soon as you actually find a linking book and you use it, you probably, even if it didn't say linking book on it, you've probably realised, oh, that's what a linking book is. So the name itself often gave away what the things were. So not always, but often. Very often, the names were used in context where it was unambiguous what they were, or at least, you know, you learned a lot more concrete things about what the thing was from the context in which it was being used, and they just used it. They used new words much more sparingly. Mist had way less. Neyyah also had them all at once without explanation. Exactly. Like, the problem with Neyyah is you would just suddenly read a book or go into a cutscene and they'd say, well, I was walking down the Jaruka the other day when a Haruk suddenly appeared. And I thought, goodness me, it's not Quizolka. What? So why is there so why am I seeing Haruk? I realised it must be because of a nearby Aranuki. And you're like, what are you talking about? I am getting nothing from that. These words mean nothing to me. I don't have enough context to even begin to fathom what these words mean. Towards the end of the game, some of the vocabulary, which was being repeated a lot, I started to pick up and was able to use it, but it did not come easily, and I don't think it made the game better. That's the crucial point. So those would be like my two big criticisms about the game, and I think unfortunately they really drag the game down. The overuse of poorly explained new vocabulary. I think, incidentally, I don't think this would have been the perfect solution, but if you were looking for a band-aid type solution, I think just having like a vocabulary book at the beginning of the game, where you can literally just look up in a glossary what these things would mean, would have helped a lot. I don't think that would be the ideal solution. I think that would still put a lot of pressure on the player to learn these, or you know, to look things up on the go in an annoying way, but it would have been better than it was. They've made a glossary of all things. 18.5-minute video on YouTube. I say. Well, I mean, playing the game, I wasn't to know that. And again, like, it's a bit of a hard sell to say, you need to watch this 18.5-minute YouTube video before you can play my game to really appreciate it. So yeah, I think the overuse of underexplained vocabulary was really dragged the game down. I think just the lack of direction, like the way they would have things you change in the game world have remote effects, but not sufficiently clearly link them. They would have been way better off with a Mist-like design where you have a lot of small self-contained areas and where the effects of your actions are immediately obvious. That would have worked much better. Those two things really drag the game down, but if you take those out, there's a real gem there. And that's why I sound really mixed, because it's not that it is... It's not that it's mixed because it's a mediocre game across the board. It like really excels in some departments and really falls short in others, giving it a really sort of spiky profile. Things that I really liked. I've talked about the art. That was good. The music was alright. It had some nice music, but like with the main menu music here, it can get a bit repetitive at times. The world became interesting. I think the world wasn't very interesting to begin with for the same reason for the reason I've already covered, like too much overuse of underexplained vocabulary, which made it really hard to even understand what was going on. I think there are some slight problems here, narratively speaking, in that if we're just an ordinary person that has suddenly been transported to this strange land, I don't think it follows we would have behaved the way the game assumes we did. Because we were essentially kidnapped, and I don't think it follows that we would have immediately done what Vermeer wanted or trusted him. That wasn't really explored, though, at all. But the world itself was really interesting. It was interesting to have all these different perspectives. One thing I really liked was the dynamic between Mason and Vermeer. I really liked the fact that as the game developed, you found out that Mason actually didn't come from the same place as Vermeer, and in fact had his own objectives, and they weren't exactly aligned with Mason's. They were sort of more aligned than not aligned. Like they were both moving in the same general direction, but there were definitely big differences in how Mason and Vermeer, what they wanted. I really liked that, because you had both of them being suspicious of each other. I liked it a lot. It's a shame Mason died right at the start of the game. Like, you don't even find out about this tension until long after he's dead. Which, that was a shame. But yeah, so the world building was good, apart from all the overuse of underexplained vocabulary. The art was fantastic. The music was good. What about the puzzles? That's a good point. I haven't talked about the puzzles. I think the puzzles were adequate. I don't feel like any of the puzzles... I feel like a lot of the puzzles were very samey. It was largely just combination locks and push this button, push that button. Maybe not exclusively, but there was a lot of those too. And it was okay. Like, you know, it made for a perfectly pleasant puzzling experience. You know, I think there's puzzles in, say, in some of the Cyan games which you really do remember. Like, say, when you first realise that you can get useful information by rotating that tower in Myst the first time. That actually the tower's rotation reveals information. That's, you know, that's like a big... Because that's probably like the first like really cryptic puzzle that you solve in a playthrough. You know, you remember that. Or what about in Riven? What would be a good example in Riven? The door. Oh my, I know that's the remake of Riven. I felt so silly when I realised... I think... Did someone even have to tell me? However it was, I ended up... I think I had some assistance and partly worked it out when I realised you could just take the door hinges out. I felt so silly, but it was a good puzzle, especially since it made sense. I don't know. I just don't feel like any of the puzzles were really all that memorable in Neyyah. But that doesn't mean they were bad. I feel like it was thoroughly middling on the puzzle front. I'm not sure. Is there anything else worth mentioning? Oh, the acting. Okay. The acting wasn't as good as I'm used to, but I don't want to be harsh. The impression I got was that the budget for this game was probably really quite low. They couldn't exactly afford like serious actors. I don't know whether it was the people that actually made the game who were the actors, or if they'd just hired like people from a local theatre or something. I mean, like, the acting in Myst isn't that brilliant, but they sort of make up for it in a way by like when you're listening to the two sons through the books, they, like, it's all distorted, like you can't hear them clearly. They do, and most of the storytelling is through books, not acting anyway. They sort of, like, it missed it. Part of the reason was probably the size of video data back then. They didn't want to pay the cost, but, you know, in terms of storage space. But, you know, they could sort of, like, cover up slightly unconvincing acting through various effects, which they didn't do in this game. And so it's like, simultaneously, I feel like I couldn't be giving a fair review without pointing that out, that the acting was a little unconvincing in this game. But on the other hand, I don't hold it against them at all. Like, I'm glad they tried. I think Vermeer was an actual actor, the others amateurs. Ah, that makes sense. The acting missed was great, considering they had no background in acting, and Rand even hated doing it. See, that's the same. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make with Neyyah. Like, I don't think the acting was good, but I think it was good for their resources, if that makes sense. Like, they really tried, and it did the job. And I don't want to be harsh. Like, I'm glad they... I'm A for effort, but I mean that in a genuinely, in an entirely nice way. The other Miss Dev, Robin, actually made a real great film, The Immortal Augustus Gladstone. I think you might like it. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Thank you for telling me. But yeah, so that would probably be my summary of Neyyah. Honestly, having broken it up into different parts, I feel like some parts of it were truly excellent. They absolutely nailed it. Other aspects, they fell really short, and a lot of it was like, yeah, good enough. I don't know. I feel like that's a fair review. I feel like I don't think I'm gonna... I can't be sure. I don't think I'm gonna forget the game. But I suspect I'm gonna forget a lot of the details, if that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, probably better wrap up. Oh, I think it was a great summary. Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, I should be wrapping up. It's Monday, isn't it? So next stream's going to be Wednesday. That's going to be Skyrim. Then on Friday, I don't know. I don't really have anything planned. Notionally, it should be something puzzly. But I don't know if I will. After the beating that Neyyah gave my brain, I'm almost tempted to take a bit of a break from the puzzling for a little while, but I might not. I don't know. I'm completely undecided. Oh, as usual, you can suggest games with exclamation mark suggest. Thanks for the stream, Rob. Pleased to be here. I'm very pleased that you joined us, genuinely. It means a lot, and thank you for the subscription again. Really wonderful. Thanks for the streaming. You have a restful evening. Thank you. What was I thinking? Yeah, so Wednesday's going to be Skyrim. Friday, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I really, really haven't decided on anything yet. Saturday is going to be more Stardew Valley with the absolutely lovely Manipulate Everything. I noticed it says unknown on Monday, but that's incorrect. That should be Skyrim. Monday is going to be Skyrim. I think we will raid Super Hash Bros today. Just trying to think if there's anything else to say. I don't think so. So I'll just say thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you to everyone that kept me company in chat. And thank you to everyone who lurked. I really appreciate it. I really do. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. You take care, everyone.